All right, I think we're ready to go over here. Just let me get started. There we go. Howdy do everyone, my name is Angie and thank you for tuning into this stream. I don't have much of announcements today. I did have the bright idea to work out before streaming, and so now I'm exhausted and I chose to play the visual novel today. So, you know I'm gonna be like nice and exhausted while talking. That's gonna do wonders for my voice. Alright. So, today, I really want to finish out the teen years in this game, so we might be streaming for a little while. And it's been a little bit since I've had this setup where I'm playing on my tablet and then looking over at the screen to see the comments coming in. It feels like every single time I play a new game, I'm changing the setup some way or another. I just can't decide which one I want to go for, apparently. So, alright, we're gonna get started. Let's finish out the teen years in this game. Alright, we have 4 chapters to go. Got it. Let's get started. It was a pleasant afternoon. The sun shone brightly and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons strung around the park. Ewan Cove had just been dropped off at Miranda Eckert's birthday party. Hey Josh, welcome in. This is going to be another example of Angie can't say names correctly for introducing new characters. Oh geez, I'm 2 minutes late despite being in the waiting room. Thanks, YouTube. Not Miranda Eggert. Hey Bear, I'm glad you could join us. It's been a while. You didn't really know Miranda. Last year was the first time you had a class with her, and everyone at school knew her as quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own friend group like glue. Oh, like me. It had been a surprise that she was having such a big party. You looked around the expansive park, a spacious recreation center, and the next town over, and noticed a bouncy castle. Bounce house! Yeah, apparently I have to be present so you don't spread lies and slander about me. Half lie. I've determined that Cove doesn't have enough teenage trauma yet. Since his teen years are coming to an end, we need to work really hard to bring those numbers up. Oh no. Complete lies. It's okay. I'll clear things up in the next Vampire Survivors, Bear. I listen when you talk. Yes, I will admit, you do listen. You just are bad at responding while you're playing. You never said nothing about a pause button. I didn't know there was a pause button. All sounded true to me. I'll just let this sit and marinate in chat. Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring if she acted mature, like other teens sometimes did. It made a certain amount of sense that her party would match that. How do we feel about Miranda? Just the come on, man. Alright. How do we feel? How do we feel about Miranda, guys? How do we feel, chat? Ugh, Miranda? Aw, just ugh to the quiet girl. Wait. Get to know her better. Alright. We want to get to know her better. Maybe at this party you have the chance to make friends with her. You were excited at that thought. Which one is Miranda? Color weird. Secret love interest option unlocked. I wish. Miranda is sweet. But Miranda gets together with another girl. I think. Hold on. Wait. Maybe not. Maybe I'm misremembering that. Misremembering gender, I should say. Now that I'm thinking about it. I don't remember that character's gender, honestly. It's been a while since I played this. I'm gonna wait before I say anything that could get me canceled. Her bones must be stronger than Cove's. And having another fever dream, Angie. Aren't I always in a fever dream? I feel like my thoughts are just constantly, not making sense to anyone but me. So. You hadn't had a chance in coming here today. Your mom's insisted on it. Wait, hold on. Did I read that right? Okay, no, you hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Your mom's insisted on it after you got the invitation, as did Cove's mom and dad. So both you and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All the parents had been pretty firm about going to the birthday if you'd been invited. I mean, I'm pretty happy to be here. She has a bouncy castle thing. I loved these things. Fun story. I almost broke my bones in this before. One of my acquaintances, I don't even know if I was like friends with her at the time, had a bounce house. Don't worry, Angie, I am here to confirm for you your thoughts. Actually, her thoughts are actually really weird and everyone else is completely normal. Isn't that the truth? You nearly became Cove. I did, but I still have never broken a bone before, so I am superior. Anyways. But yeah, my friend, acquaintance at the time, had a bounce house in her backyard, and her parents, the thing about her backyard is that it was built on a hill, so the entire thing was tilted. Hello, how are you today? I'm doing good. Thanks for joining. Okay, wow, I'm losing my train of thoughts. I did tell everyone that, or I said at the beginning, that I just got home from exercising. And so, like, I'm so out of breath. I'm losing my thoughts all over the place. You are stronger than Cove. You must find a better perspective. I'm trying to be. But yeah, they had the bounce house on a hill, and everyone bounced to one side, and the whole thing toppled over. And I was on the other side, so I clung on to the netting and was just in the air. I was just hanging on in the air for a little while. Terrifying moment. I was like 8. I thought it was fun at the time too, though. All right. So, I say we enjoy this. I love bounce houses. You couldn't wait for the party to get started. There were so many things at birthday parties, and you were glad Miranda had invited you to come. Cove made a small noise, which caught your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with his gift in hand. Good you were strong enough to not be traumatized. Better than all the other weakling children. Yeah, at the time I was like, hey, this was really fun. I didn't realize how dangerous that could have been. Any idea what we're supposed to do with these? Cove's voice is much more scratchier, I think, than I usually make it. You looked at your own present and then towards the seating area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks, supplies for various party games. Past all that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed it out to Cove. Presents are over there. We probably should drop off our stuff. Cove nodded with a smile and turned to where you gestured. He saw it too. Cool. You and Cove began to walk over to the present table, flattening the well-trimmed grass beneath your feet. Whoa. What just happened? Oh, hold on, I got a message. That's what I heard. It surprised me. Hello, how are you today? I'm doing good. How are you doing? Let's see. Hold on, I'm getting a message right now. Yeah, the Discord message came in, so everyone heard it. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Thanks, Bear! Way to interrupt the stream. Not muting your Discord. Yeah, that was my bad. I thought I did have it muted, but I guess not. It's all about me, obviously. Apparently! So, noted on that. That might be a problem later on, depending on how many people send me messages. Oh, hey, Nanji. Oh no. Even when I'm not here, y'all can't not talk about me. Of course I talk about you. You're over all the time. How can I not talk about you? You're like my entire social life. My hotkeys aren't working again. There we go. There we go. There, it's working. It freezes for a second before it lets me switch over. All right. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah. And kind of sad. Yeah, I agree. None of my other friends are ever, they all have jobs and stuff, so they can't hang out. All right, let's go on. We have a lot of ground to cover. Let's go on. We need to finish the teenage years. You walked past groups of people, classmates in semicircles broken up into the usual friend groups, chatted away. You, or maybe Cove, received the occasional greeting or friendly nod. However, as you passed by even more people that you had never seen before, you became aware there were more strangers here than not. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda Eckert, the quiet girl, was hosting the most populated birthday party you had been in a long time. What other friends? I mean, I have other friends. I do. They're just not here. Okay, who's sending messages? Oh, that's not Discord this time. Like me, yeah, exactly! Alright. You looked at the new faces and thought you saw something of Miranda in them. Cousins, nieces, or nephews, maybe. Parties could be a big deal in her family. The both of you reached the table. You set your gift down in an empty space, brushing some confetti aside, and Cove placed his gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully. Hey, what did you get her? Before you had a chance to answer, Cove opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found this sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for school or a trip or a meeting. Or something. Not a meeting. Meeting wasn't in there. That's just me adding that stuff. Cove looks like he could be in meetings. He looks like an adult. Or at least, like, more of an adult by this game's standards. Your moms had taken you out shopping the other day. You'd searched through the store and ultimately... Oh, we get to pick her gift. What did we get her? What do you guys think we got her? Meetings for sad, brittle bone boys. He can't do anything exciting. He'll break his bones again. Let's see. We have the stuffed animal, always a good option. Necklace and bracelets. Adventure book? Oh, I like that too. A stuffed animal? All right. Oh, wait. Hold on. Who actually said that first? Craft kit? Okay, Bear actually said it first. It's all about the trauma. By the time we're done with him, he'll be 20-year-old looking like he's 80. Oh no! Moms didn't appreciate what you picked. Okay, that last one is really funny, but I'm going with who picked it first, and that was Bear. So, craft kit? Craft kit that made a toy. Oh, so it's also a stuffed animal at the same time. That's nice. Or crocheted animal. Still cute. The colorful picture on the box appealed to you. It showed off the different variations you could make with the kit, along with the bolded messages of easy and 43 pieces included. Ah, yes, I remember those kits so well. Darn you, Bear. Yeah. Bear steals the show and can type really fast, apparently. Hopefully the kit was as cool as it looked. You described it to Cove briefly, and he had no objections. Not bad. Not a bad idea. Actually, Bear and you give me an idea. Recreate your bouncy house horror story to break another of his bones. Yeah, I can try that. I don't know if that will actually work. This game seems more on the cute side than, letting me do horrific deeds. He brushed his hands against the side of his pants. I really hope Miranda likes his gifts, but I think we did good. With that, he gave you a sunny grin. You touched the gift one more time and then stepped away. That's a cute way to describe his grin. Sunny grin. 70 words per minute. Good job showing off, Bear. Without the direction of needing to put stuff away, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward, and Cove shrunk in on himself as he looked around. Oh, I'm on my phone. Oh, sorry, Josh. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered over to the nearby tree where you wouldn't be in the way. From there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You were glad that Cove had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. You watched him, and he gave you a nervous grin. It reassured you a little, and you smiled back. What next? Cove did not appreciate being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. This is literally me and Bear, like, all the time, where I'll just be like, yeah, hey, what do you want to do? And she's like, don't you dare put this choice on me. It could be something really simple, and she's just like, I'm not choosing this. And you know what? I'm the same way. So it's pot calling kettle black, but I'm still going to call it out. Sunny as the reflection of the ocean on a cove. See what I did there? Huh? Huh? Yes. Yeah, I was about to say stones and glass houses. Yep. I'll call myself out too. Birthday party stuff? It didn't seem to be time for cake. What with people still arriving, nothing else seemed to be organizing yet either. He noticed that himself and tried again. We could find Miranda. That was an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. You'll call yourself out, but you'll make straight up lies about me. It wasn't a lie. It's how it appears, Bear. Come on. She just called herself friendless. She has no shame, Bear. I lost shame a long time ago. Okay, we could say hello. Wish her happy birthday. Ask her what she wants people to do.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. With that point, it was decided. The Miranda hunt had began. You wandered around. Anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair color, you got a little closer, but more than once it turned out to not actually be her. Hey, look! Finally, he pointed over to the real Miranda. She smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed a little overwhelmed with being the center of attention today. Oh, she's adorable. Geez, how many friends does this weirdo have? Quite a few, I guess. She's so cute, though, with a little unicorn shirt. And the freckles, the freckly face. I think freckles are adorable. Stare at her. Make sure she knows you're here to stare at her. Just be that kid. Hi, Cove. Hi, Rain. Happy birthday. I might be giving her too much of a childish voice here. Geez, Cove just makes everyone look like a toddler next to him. It's true, he's so tall. Happy birthday. Thanks.
Glad you could come.
Oh, she said it. I didn't have to say anything. That works. Maybe the voice I chose for her is fine, actually. You all stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem genuinely happy, but there was still a distance between you. This is a great-looking party. Thank you. Is there something we need to do, or should we just hang out? Her face is so cute. It's so adorable.
Oh,
well...
you can talk to me
Okay.
if you want.
Do you want to finish? Yeah. Her lines are fully voice acted, I guess. That's the first so far.
And the bounce house should be open later, if you feel like jumping. Then after that, it's cake and present time. We'll have ice cream too. After that is when people will start going home. I hope that's okay with you guys.
Cove nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation now.
Thank you for telling us.
You mutually struggled to keep eye contact. She was still completely comfortable, still wasn't completely comfortable in the situation, and it was hard for you to read through the lines, Angie. Okay, I've missed a few chats here. Hold on. Love that she's the only fully voiced acted character. That's weird. She's weird. Only those with the sturdiest skeletal structure get full voice rights. Thank God she's not fully V8 anymore. I was about to accuse her of witchcraft. She is cute. I want to hug her. Wait till we see her in step 3 and 4. Yeah. It's been a while since I played this game, but I remember like really liking how she looks in later steps. Miranda waited there, and you became hyper aware of the silence forming. Now she's just staring at us. You know, she heard us talk about that whole just stare at her thing, and now she's doing the same with this expression, just staring into our eyes. You heard a shout for a Randy, and Miranda brightened up a total 180 with how stiff she had been with you.
I gotta talk to some more people. Goodbye.
Once again, fully voice acted. The birthday girl ran off to her friend, leaving you and Cove with at least a little more idea of what to expect. You both glanced at each other wordlessly. Man, it reminds me... Oh no, the turns have tabled. She sees our school, she sees the crush. Quick to the bunker. It reminds me, so I used to play Fate Grand Order a lot back in the day. And it reminds me of, like, the CCC event where BB comes up for the first time and her lines are fully voice acted until you call her out on it. And you're just like, wait, why are your lines fully voice acted? And she's just like, oh, I only recorded up to this point. And that's what it reminds me of. You did. I know, it's so shocking. So many people here never knew I used to do that, huh? But yeah, that's what it reminds me of. Oh, that's hilarious and so BB. Yeah. Never ever heard about it. Yep. Nope, I've never talked your ear off about Fate before. That's never happened. Hopefully you would get to talk with her later. All that was left now was finding something to fill time until the activities began. Okay, well, we're definitely not talking to other people. We're shy. Oh wait, never mind, I got sarcasm checked. Let's see, we could just talk to Cove. You find a quiet spot. We just stood there. Just stand there. Yep, you typed first. You didn't see the need to move if games were going to start soon. Cove stood with you, which you appreciated. It made you seem like an actual group at the party. You didn't talk much, but the silence between you was comfortable. You people watched a bit. As there wasn't anything else to do, you noticed that the new arrivals were slowing down to a trickle. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. The constant buzz of conversations dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather around because it was game time. I wonder what's gonna happen. I don't know, you're probably gonna play a game, since it's game time, Cove. Alright. We shrug. You didn't see the need to verbalize a guess. The only thing to do was wait. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bounce house. For everyone else, it was time to play Pin the Tail on the Donkey. Cove raised his eyebrows. He was surprised for sure. I was never good at this game. Oh, damn, none of those are funny, right? Couldn't pick a funny response there. Alright. How do we feel about Pin the Tail on the Donkey? Can you pretend to be under 10 by standing next to Cove? I don't think that's how it works. I think the parents aren't gonna let us get away with that. I'm gonna drink real fast. Yeah, Pin the Tail works. Welcome, Fuzzy Bear. We have 2 bears now. What the heck? Didn't know how this would go. All right. Can we stab Cove with the tail? Yeah, just stab him. Right between the eyes. Anyway, Battle of the Bears. I am the better bear. Yeah, you guys can just fight it out in the comments. I guess, Fuzzy Bear was first on that, right? Yeah, Pin the Tail works. Yeah. I guess we're fine with it then. My money's on the bear. Yeah, my money's on a bear too. You didn't have anything against Pin the Tail and the Donkey. It would probably turn out okay. You casually stepped up to join the line. The donkey in question was a cartoony poster with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. It was positioned a few feet away above the ground on a tree trunk. I used the lawyer for the start daunting. I wasn't expecting you to bring that up. Okay, the first time that Fuzzy Bear joins my stream and he reveals that story. What a great catalyst. Oh, man. Oh, wait, I know this miscreant. Yeah, you do. It's the first time I've seen him on one of my streams, though. I'm surprised. I don't, sadly. I know your weakness. Oh my gosh, the total war going on right now between the bears. I love it. More chaos, please. The teen who arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the sign and away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with the tail instead. I have sad news, guys. It looks like we can't stab Cove. I have been meaning to rebrand, though. Is this the lesser C? No, you didn't! I can put a picture of a pretty lady up to stunlock you, bear. It's true. It's an easy way to break bear. Put up a picture of Morgan or something. Did YouTube censor me? YouTube might have censored you. What have you been trying to say? I don't know the lesser C story. Tell us, Angie. I can't really fully tell that story without revealing personal information about certain people in the chat. It has to do with their actual names. Yeah, oh darn. Is the pretty lady Daddy Iskander? When did this turn into a fake conversation? I feel like I've just been blasted back 5 years. It's a joke streaming from a mutual friend and having a similar name. Yeah, basically. That's about it. I'm sure that Bear can tell you in private. All right. Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some kind of bizarre earring. He wouldn't be winning that far from the target. What an amateur. To which I will say I'm the Supreme Court. Yep, that joke is only funny with the context of personal information. His next opponent did far better by landing it on the donkey's back. The spectators clapped pointedly and the line moved up. More teams tried their hand at it. Some got closer than others, but no one had gotten it perfect yet. Soon it was Cove's turn. Oh, I don't know. We have not had the Battle of the Courts. Nanji knows my name, so it's fine. It's Josh Nanji. Yeah, I guess we're just saying it, so yeah. I just usually say Josh since, that's the name that I'm seeing and it doesn't get confusing for people that watch later. Alright, more teams tried their hand at it. Some got closer than others, but no one had gotten it perfect yet. Soon it was Cove's turn. He was blindfolded and spun just like the others. At this point, it was a close match and everyone was watching with bated breath. Cove approached the donkey and stuck the tail on without any hesitation. Cove stood back, removed his blindfold, cheering when he saw how close he was. He turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. Your turn. We can just straight up be like, no. Okay, I keep looking down and back up and the chat has moved a whole lot. Let's see. I'm an anarchist and don't care about future watchers. Yes, same. Well, good thing you guys aren't running this channel. My email account with this YouTube is gone, so I can't change anything. Oh, no. Yeah, I had to help out some people with changing their name on their YouTube. That's a bit lame, Cove. He's like a teen. But yeah, YouTube sometimes has interesting ways that they go about things. I'm 30 seconds behind because I had to go outside real quick. Take your turn. Of course we're gonna take our turn. With the blindfold on, the bright park became utterly dark. As you were spun around, the sounds around you seemed to get louder. At least you could tell the direction of the bounce house from the shrieks of the younger children. You stopped spinning and stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. All right, guys, I'll let you decide. Where are we stabbing it? The bears have chosen. Just listen for Cove's heartbeat. I don't think that's an option. The Bear Council, we have reached consensus. Where once there is war, now there is unity. You bent in place downward. All right. You pressed the tail into the target and stepped back. You took your blindfold off to check your results. People cheered from behind. You had indeed pinned the tail on the donkey, right where donkeys preferred their tails to be. Good job, Bear. Fuzzy Bear on this chance. The rest of us are doomed. It's true. You beamed at your accomplishment and felt a surge of pride. It was perfect. Now the real choice is, what type of bears are we? You decide that. Yeah, we actually did it. What prize do we get? I have no idea. Probably candy. That's my guess. At a children's birthday party? Probably candy. You looked back at the crowd behind you, and your eyes met Cove's. He was impressed. You even got a small thumbs up. A few more kids took their turn. One girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree. You were pretty sure it had been on purpose. With the line empty, the games were finally over. The adult running things started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than donkey. Oh dang, our prize is a thumbs up. Yeah, it feels like it. However, You were the undenied winner. No one could get closer than perfect. Of course we're perfect. After your name was announced, everyone cheered and clapped for you once more. You came up to the front, and the man gave you a handful of candy as a prize for your victory. Yep, called it. Candy. So, yeah, that victory goes to Fuzzy Bear. Good job on pinning the tail. You got it right. That was impressive.
Thank you.
As you shoved the candy into your pockets, Cove walked up to you.
Congrats on the win.
You reveled in the win. Of fucking course we won. I am the undefeated Pin the Tail on the Donkey Queen. Cove shook his head with a rueful smile. There's only been one game. There only needed to be one game. We are rich in candy, give some to Cove. Okay. Uh-huh. Alright, let's share the candy. Do you want some? His sparkling eyes told you yes. You held out a lollipop and Cove accepted it carefully. It was a mystery flavor, so you had no idea if he'd like it or not. He unwrapped the treat and it was a swirl of pale blue and translucent green. Cove gave it a tiny lick. What's it taste like? Your victory. And berries, I think. That's a cute response. An older teen walked up, tall enough to tower over you and Cove. You felt a little intimidated by the stern-faced teenager until she started to speak. Her voice was low, but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. Hi, I'm handing out party favors. Do you want one? She showed you party hats. She insisted they were the key to a true partying mood. She had two options, even a colorful headband with two tiny party hats arranged almost like ears, or a tiara with a star on it. They were both very festive. This is cute. I thought since the candy was green and clear, it would taste like green apple. I kind of did too. The mystery flavors always have like weird colors though that never made much sense to me. Of course we want one. Yes, we want one. I agree.
It's okay.
No thanks. No, Cove, we want one. You knew this teen hadn't actually glared at him. Her default facial expression just seemed grim. Yes, we picked the crown, obviously. You pointed to the crown, and the teenager passed it over to you with the solemnness of crowning a monarch. Pick the tiara because Cove is such a beautiful prince, right? Cove is the winner. Oh, the duality of chats. And then we encourage Cove to pick one. You're not getting out of this, buddy. You're not getting out of this. He hasn't fattened up for the winner. Guys! Jesus! You held a pink headband hat in one hand and a crown in the other. You tried to imagine what they'd look like on Cove. You really should try it. It'd be great. Cove looked back at the hats and then at you. With a sigh, he grabbed hold of one. The teen with the hats clapped as much as she could with all the hats in her hands. The unknown teenager nodded approvingly at you both and went to pass out hats to more people. You put the party hat on your head with a smile and it fit well. It was surprisingly comfortable. He needs the back to protect his weak bones. It is true. You know, he has that scar because, you know, his bones are weak. It really completes your look. When did you get to be so fashionable? He smirked and you just adjusted your new accessory. It does look good on me. Thanks. He is the prince of the ocean, like Vampy is the prince of the forest, right? You looked him straight in the eye, and he seemed unsure of how to handle that reaction to his statement. He floundered for a second until he came up with a response. You don't have to brag. You struck a pose, and he rolled his eyes. Yes, they have a sprite for it. I mean, Cove is 0-1 with the ocean so far, according to the jet ski incident. Oh, no. Cove finally put his hat on. He was nervous about it, his face uncertain. I don't know about this. I feel kind of silly. Does it look weird? There's so many options to pick. Love Cove lost to a jet ski. You guys. No weirder than you normally look. Is that an option? No, I guess not. Good. He is marginally stronger. It's perfect. Yep, it's completely perfect. Cove scratched his head, being careful not to displace his hat. A blush was on his cheeks. He got embarrassed. You shook your head no. Too late, I only give it to the first person that chatted. Thank you. After that, the people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers milled about until they were told to find partners. You tried to listen to the rules, straining your ears to listen to the adult announcing what you were supposed to do. It was a simple game. One person in a pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in their mouth. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round, where everyone would take a step back and the former catcher would become the thrower. The game would continue, the players getting further and further until one set of partners were the only ones left standing, or everyone lost in a round. About half of the guests had already found partners. They moved fast. You noticed Cove had his eyes on you. Could we be partners? I answered before Bear did you? Oh, I guess you did. Sorry about that. I didn't even notice that you were responding to that. That's my bad. I'll let you have the next choice. Provided you respond, I guess. Neither of you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be a safe choice to pair up. Okay. Okay, Josh. Nanji, whatever I call you. I see no such message. I don't want to play, lol. We already agreed Josh gets to choose this. Agree? Because we are not a quitter? Yeah. Alright, let's agree. Let's do it, partner. Cool. He beamed at you, Wow. Okay. Read the line correctly, Angie. Read it correctly. He beamed, and you started wondering about your respective candy catching capabilities. Two rows of players facing each other formed. Cove tilted his head towards them, and you started to head over. You both lined up directly in front of each other. It took a while to pass out the candy. You were handed a small bag of gummies that smelled strongly fruity. You noticed Cove took it upon himself to do a taste test of the red one across from you. They're not bad. Okay, chat. Do we steal the gummy bears? Saying it now, I would. I would definitely steal the gummy bears. Like, 9 times out of 10, I would steal the gummy bears. Of course, we tried one for ourselves. You ended up grabbing a purple gummy. It was sweet, and you guessed it was supposed to be grape flavored, but it was mostly just really sugary. I would have gone for, like, the green. The green ones were always my favorite. And then it was time to begin. Cove's row was set to throw first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. You smiled back shyly, and Cove nodded. The game was on. The adult in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cove were only a couple feet away from each other. With Cove's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Like you, most of the other players moved on to the next round. There were there were few gaps in the rows as everyone took a step back. The round was harder, with pairs further apart, but not overly so. It could be done if both partners tried. Okay, guys. Choose. Choose how we play the game. Whether we win or lose, it's all on you. I never really played a game like this where it was like catch in the mouth. I have played a few where it was like you throw like bean bags or something. Did our best. We can't afford to appear weak. Gotcha. You carefully plucked a gummy from the bag and felt the weight. You shifted it in your hand a couple of times for practice and then told Cove you were ready. You went for an underhanded throw, careful to aim for Cove's mouth. The blue candy arched and landed perfectly in Cove's mouth. He chewed it twice and then smiled widely. You could tell Cove was genuinely pleased, and to make it through to another round, you were happy as well. The next round began and you took another step back. Cove was even further away now that he made, but he made an okay sign. He was in this to win it. Around you, the once packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wondered how many rounds everyone had left in them. Cove swung his arm and made eye contact with you. You nodded and the green candy flew towards you. Okay, guys. Tell me how it goes. It's all on you. We still doing our best, or do we falter? Apparently we can just straight up, I'm not having that green candy in my mouth. Not that flavor, anything but that flavor. So are characters okay with the purple one and not the green? Purple was always like my least favorite. We are destroying this kid. All right. I guess that means we try our best. You followed the arc of the candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it, and you tilted your head to the left to compensate. You bit down on the candy, grinning with this victorious catch. It tasted sweet and vaguely like a Slurpee. Yay, rain! Cove was thrilled. He was entirely invested in this game at this point. Try, we must succeed. Win every game in this park. You and Cove were still in the game. You knew this was the final round. Only a few pairs were still left. Cove was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw. The careful way he watched you. I think it's safe to say that we equally wanted to win. So I'm gonna press that. Nothing is better to ruin the party than to win absolutely everything and topple the birthday girl. Oh no! We're being that kind of person. Alright, let's win. You made it this far. It was time to go all the way. You looked around at your remaining competitors and prepared yourself. Cove gave you a firm grin and prepared to throw. Your fingers grabbed an orange gummy from the bag. It felt solid in your hands, even if your hand was starting to get sticky from touching all the sugary sweets. Cove leaned his face towards you and bent his knees, ready to catch. The time came. You looked at the candy and then Cove. All right. Let's try our best since we're winning this game. We're in it to win it, guys. Cove followed the candy with his eyes. Your throw, unfortunately, spun out to the side. It looked like a loss was on the horizon. No! What the heck? But he made a move for it, and it was good. He snatched the candy out of the air with the corner of his mouth. Okay, Cove saved it. Luckily, Cove is still in. Well, still. Cove scored more points, I should say. A wide grin spread on his face as Cove victoriously chomped down on the candy. Yes! Along with the cheer, he jumped up in excitement and pumped one arm. You look to your left and then to your right. You see the few remaining pairs walking away, commiserating over the losses. With some shock, you realize that you and Cove were the only ones who made it that round. You won. Good, he can act on his feet. He is not entirely useless. He has his own set of skills. You watch the moment. Okay. I can speak. Hold on. It's been a day, guys. It's been a day. Take a drink of water. And starts. You watch the moment Cove clicked into the same realization. His face brightened like sunshine, and he jogged over to close the distance between you. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. One day you will learn to read. Well, it's not today. Alright, what are we doing, guys? You tell me. We can't pummel him, unfortunately. We can ruffle his hair, though. Alright. Judging by how this chat usually deals with how we deal with Cove, it seems like the ruffle... Oh, jumped into a hug. Alright. That's what we'll do then. His eyes went big when he realized you were going for a hug. He smiled and caught you, hugging you back tightly. You'd won this together. He giddily stomped his feet in place in front of you as though he couldn't contain his energy. That's so cute. Where's the noogie option? Ruffling his hair, I think, was the closest you got to it. We did it! You adjusted the hat that had nearly fallen off throughout the event. We demolished the competition! Yeah! The game runner strolled over and merrily gave you both a bunch more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. Cove laughed over just how much candy you both had acquired. Between this game and Pin the Tail on the Donkey, you were swimming in sugar now. With the candy toss over, you were going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait that long. You heard someone in the crowd shout that the bounce house was officially open for the older kids. You and Cove shared a look. Cove smiled and you knew he wanted in. Bounce house, bounce house, bounce house, bounce house! You both ran over to the bouncy house and kicked your shoes off. You crawled into the inflated castle with Cove, hot on your heels. There were a couple of other teens inside already. You started to get a feel for bouncing. Cove hopped from the middle to the side and the back. Just after you landed from a particularly high jump, someone else snuck in. It was the birthday girl herself. Hey, Miranda. We can be really cold. Just glance at her. Aw, the bouncy house brings back childhood memories. It's the same for me. I love bounce houses. All right. I guess we can wave at her. It feels like it's her birthday. Yeah, exactly. Hi, birthday girl. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. She's so cute. She's so cute.
I hope you're having fun.
She hopped around with her hands in front of her face like a kangaroo. It was a surprisingly effective way to clear distance in the bouncy house. She then jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the side and touched the tips of her toes with her fingers. Wow. Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She jumped a couple more times, gaining height, before doing a backflip and tucking into a ball. She managed to land on her feet, but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled back and fell on her butt. Cove clapped, and Miranda inclined her head, almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. Bear just wants to flirt. I mean, but Miranda's adorable. Gymnast extraordinaire, right? You're so good at this. She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cove's bouncing slowed down to accommodate their conversation. All right, fully voiced once again. Also, I was so jealous of people with trampolines in their backyard. I always wanted one. I always thought it would be so much fun. Alright. Alright, what are we doing? What are we doing? My natural instinct is to go, you're so lucky, Miranda, because that's how I felt when I was younger. It's like, oh, you got a trampoline in your backyard? So, that's what I'm gonna choose. Miranda giggled a bit, and then her eyes sparkled.
Hey, I can launch someone if you want. If I jump in front of you, then your bounce will go higher.
Okay, launch me! Launch me, launch me, launch me, launch me! I had one for a while. It was fun. It was fun to just go out to it every now and then and just jump. Yeah, I bet. One of my friends had one in her backyard. And, like, we would hang out there all the time.
Sure.
Miranda leaped over to you, her excitement clear on her face. Cove watched with interest. She explained more clearly how this was supposed to work. You got ready to bounce on her cue.
3, 2, 1!
The moment she came down, you jumped high. The force of her, just as she said, helped launch you up. The air rushed past your face, and then you were coming back down. Your feet hit the bounce house hard enough to help launch Miranda up a little as well. She giggled some more, and the two of you took turns bouncing each other up. Cove clapped on, offering suggestions, but it was becoming clear that he wanted a turn too. Miranda invited him to join and tried to synchronize your bounces to launch Cove up super high. The first time resulted in everyone crashing down in a pile of laughs. By the 5th attempt, Cove managed to catch some serious airtime. Woo! You all had fun bouncing around. You twirled, Miranda did stunts, Cove futilely tried to touch the highest tip of the castle's ceiling. You and Cove chatted to Miranda more than you ever had at school. She truly was the queen of the bouncy castle. Whenever someone did something cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns in the bounce house, so you and Cove left. As you slipped on your shoes, you saw Miranda get drawn into conversation with a group of adults. She would be talking to them for a while. You sure, Cove? Your bones are looking awfully fragile today. Oh man, the poor kid's never getting a break. You and Cove decided to take a break and hydrate. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. Cove handed you a party noisemaker he'd picked up from some table. He blew on his and it made a funny sound while it unrolled. Cove downed his drink in a couple gulps. He had gotten pretty into bouncing after all. That's such a cute image. You were still sipping on your water when Cove blew on his noisemaker again, then again and again. It was almost a tune. You didn't recognize any particular melody, but a noisemaker also isn't an instrument. The noise cut through the home of the other party guests, loud and noticeable. So obviously we're gonna blow it back, right? Yeah. You blew it back at his face. I want you to know that due to my current desk setup, I have to turn nearly 180 degrees in order to type and watch your stream at the same time. You're doing pretty good for that. And you sent me a Discord message, and I think everyone still heard the sound. You drew a picture? Finally, you were streaming again. I missed you and Josh. Aww! Thanks for showing up. Alright. Oh man, Bear, I wish you could post that picture. That's funny. Your desk sounds awful, and aw, thanks. You blew hard enough to unfurl the paper completely straight. It jutted towards Cove, almost tapping his chin. Cove wasn't going to let that stand. He retaliated and blew his back at you. It nearly touched your nose. It was a game now. Both of you tried to land a light hit on the other. Cove managed to get your chin while you scored right in between his eyes. In case you don't know who I am. Oh, I recognize you. Don't worry about that. Let's see. Send it to me too. Yeah, Bear, I wish you could just share it with the class. I don't have my Discord up on my computer right now. And like with my current setup, I might mess things up if I try to. All right. Let's see.
Oh, great. You people again.
Oh no, it's Return of the Bowl Cut Kid, isn't it? Someone vaguely familiar shouted, and you snapped your head to the side. Cove's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. The speaker stepped up, and there was no doubt it was Jeremy, that mean boy you met at the start of summer. Hey now, Bullcut Kid is my best friend. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to talk bad about him behind your back. How could I not have known? That's a great picture. The only flaw, that Rain isn't nearly scared enough. Our one true love. What is this game about? This game is a visual novel where you and your childhood friend Cove grow up together, and you can kind of customize every aspect of your life. And the game kind of remembers what you decide in that regard. So this is our childhood friend right across from us, and we're just growing up. We're in our teen years now. This is part 6, I believe I put. Manipulate and mold a boy into becoming your perfect boy toy. So basically BitLife, but with images. Kinda, I guess. But like, you know, a lot less of choices, I guess, going on. But yeah, BitLife is a good way to describe it. BitLife, the visual novel, but you only have one love interest. Well, I guess technically 3 if you buy the DLC, but I did not, so we have one love interest. All right, let's talk to Jeremy. Well, since last time we tried to punch him in the face, but got held back because of our 2 friends. So, I'm guessing we're going to try and repeat the incident. We only have Cove now to hold us back, and I'm not sure if he can. Let's see. Instantly got angry at his presence. Seems like a solid option. Learn from my mistakes? Nah, never. What Bear says is not true. It's not a lie. Oh, hey, it's the Bullcut Kid. Yep, he's back. Jeremy. Alright, let's see. Groaned at the sight of him. Oh, hey, it's the Bullcut Kid. Yeah, I like that. Jeremy Scow told you everything about what he thought of that moniker. Why are you here? Cove's tone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack as if Cove's question was the idiocy above all idiocies.
Didn't I already explain this?
He hadn't, so both of you and Cove exchanged a look. Geez, he hasn't grown an inch.
Do you have memory loss, or are you really that stupid? Seriously. I didn't walk here. My parents brought me. Apparently, I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. No, they insisted that I get out and enjoy the day and have a fun on vacation, blah, blah, blah. Oh no, have fun on your vacation to the beach. Wow. Just give him a minute. His glow up is huge. You gonna stick by that one, Bear? I do know the spoilers of his grown-up counterpart. Can you literally type your custom answers, or are you giving options? I'm giving options. This doesn't have custom answers or anything. It just has predetermined. Bear is Jeremy's strongest soldier. Apparently, Bear is a Jeremy defender. He said, enjoy the day and have fun on vacation, like some people would say, scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. They found a park because I hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. Ugh, it's dirty here. They don't know anything.
If he called me stupid, I'd simply say that I was going to use his hair to eat cereal with milk. That's good. If Jeremy has a million fans, I'm one of them. If he has one fan, then I'm that fan. If he has no fans, it's because I'm dead. If this world is against Jeremy, I'm against the world. Bear over here being the #1 Jeremy fan. All right.
Oh, and then they saw this stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what was going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. Get it now? That's how my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anybody want strangers at their birthday? Why can't they ever just leave things alone?
He huffed loudly, and his eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that presumably were his parents. Not on my bingo card. Introduce him to the birthday girl. Actually, don't do this to Miranda. Miranda doesn't deserve that. All you do is complain about it. Sucks to be you. Try to be friendly and welcoming. No, get out of here. Are you the big guy with green hair, or is the game watched from your perspective? It's watched from my perspective. The guy with green hair is Cove. He's our love interest. Be friendly. I'm not being friendly, Bear. I'm not gonna be nice to him. You can't make me. This is the one time I'm ignoring the audience. I'm not being nice to Jeremy until maybe step 3. Maybe I'll start being nice to him in step 3. It just depends on how we grow up. But right now, I'm choosing to be violent. Remember, Bear, I'm a violent teenager. That was the decision. Oh, no, you'll know when you see our protagonist. Beehive boxing champion 7 years in a row. I'm not being nice, chat. Shut up. I think that Bear knows something that we don't. Maybe. Anyway, sucks to be you.
Shut up.
Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park for a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke again.
So dumb.
How can people really go around in these embarrassing party hats? Do they think it's fun or something? How could a human being be so dumb?
You're gonna be nice to that dweeby, brittle bones geek, but you won't extend the same kindness to perfect, kind, sweet Jeremy. Kind, sweet Jeremy. Uh-huh. Yes. That is the definition I would give this boy right here. Give him the headband with the party hat. Yeah, he should wear the party hat. It's just kind of nice to do party stuff. Jeremy scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was nasty as he spoke. I am not surprised an empty-headed person like you would think that. Jeremy looked you over, completely dismissive. It's so rude that you can't help but be offended. Cove's face hardened. He seemed more offended than when anyone actually insulted him personally. Just because you don't know how to be happy doesn't mean no one else does. And it's not our fault if you hate everything. It's not okay for you to take it out on Rain. If it was real life, I'd be nice. I'd be nice, so the guilt of being mean to someone that is nice would hit them. Yeah, I can't be mean. At least not intentionally. But like, yeah, I wouldn't go out of my way to be mean to him if this was real life. I'd feel too guilty to do it. Yeah, don't take it out on Rain. Take it out on Miranda. Here, let's introduce you to Miranda. Doesn't deserve this. You're mean to me all the time. That's different. You're Bear. I'm allowed to be mean to you, Bear. Plus, you bully me. Bruh. She isn't doing anything wrong. You are. no, Oliver, don't. I see you over there. I see you, Oliver. Step away. Okay. I'm suspiciously looking back at him, but he's not making a move like he's gonna jump up here. What did I miss on chat? If you need to be mean, then be mean to me. Name one time. No one deserves to meet Jeremy. No, Oliver, no! Okay, I'm gonna have to pause and get rid of him. He's sitting on my cords. He's sitting on all of my cords. No. No, Oliver. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. All right, back. I see everyone loves Oliver. I love him too, but he destroys my setup. Have you ever looked at someone and wondered what is going on inside their head? Yes? Did you tell him I said hi, Angie? Of course I did. I told him everyone loves him and that, you guys said hi. All right, let's continue, shall we? Jeremy seemed unfazed by Cove's defense and sniffed. Rain can humiliate herself on her own. She doesn't need you to step in and do it for her. I can punch him in the face! I wish I had a cat. Cats are really great. I do. I love my Oliver. Let Oliver play. He can unlock the Jeremy route. Be nice, punch. Chat. All right, let's punch him in the face. You landed a solid punch to his nose. He shrieked and backed away, clutching his face. He glared furiously at you. You really are crazy. Oh, we can tattle on him. We can tattle on him to his parents. Violence is not always the answer. It's not always the answer, but like, you know, it's the solution. It's not always the answer, but you know, in this case, all right. Let's see. We can laugh at him. Oh no. Oh, there's a lot of good answers here. What do you think, chat? I'll let you guys decide. I'll finally let chat take control again. I can't hurt someone and not feel bad. I hate to think about it. He is crushing the vibe, be honest. Help him improve. Yeah, we're ruining someone else's birthday. You're ruining it, not me. Punching someone definitely did not ruin someone else's birthday. People were starting to watch what was going down. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if we're so awful? Jeremy glared even more and huffed.
Dumbasses.
Talking to you was pointless anyways, dumbasses. He stalked off like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. Cove sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He relaxed, but only for a moment. He noticed just how much attention you'd drawn from the other guests. Luckily, it hadn't gone on long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult in a blue button-up button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was and if everyone was all right. I like that's his voiced word, right? It's fitting.
I'm fine.
Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult is. Okay, wow, I'm having trouble reading today. Just all together, all around, having trouble reading. All right. Ahem. Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as the adult if you were okay.
Yeah, I'm fine too. Thank you.
The concerned adult lingered for a few seconds but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Cove rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all the nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprised laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving, and all of the complex emotions brought about by one meeting with Jeremy. I can't believe it. He spoke in fits and starts. I can't believe you actually punched him. Yeah. He deserved it.
He can't just say things and get away with it.
Cove nodded to himself and then continued speaking. I mean, I wouldn't want someone to do it to me, but it's not like I can blame you. He was treating us so bad for no reason. I'm pretty sure he'll be okay. I bet it won't even change anything for him. Cove paused and shyly twisted his fingers together. Then, in a quieter voice, he spoke. And if you're bad for doing it, I'm bad too, because I kind of liked watching you do it, Rain. Is it that, Kobe guy, a gentle giant? Yeah. Gentle giant, I guess, is one way. Why, excellent. Let's see. We have impressed Cove through our show of violence, right? Yeah, he likes this. I totally would have punched that guy if it wouldn't have shattered every bone in my knuckles to my shoulder. We're just never going to let him forget about it. He broke one arm as a kid, and now weak bones for life. He became bashful, barely able to meet your eyes as he smiled shyly. But only because he deserved it. I wouldn't want this to happen to someone out of nowhere or anything. We can just be like, yeah, it was satisfying. Look, I'm not gay, but Kobe kinda. I hear you, man. Cove needs someone to punch other people for him, right? And we're that girl. All right. Yeah, it was pretty satisfying. Do you want to tell your moms about Jeremy, I mean? Are you going to say what you did back at him? They'd probably be nice about it, and maybe they know how to handle someone like him. Cove bit his lip and thought. I'm not going to tell them anything if you don't. Thanks for asking. We'll punch all the beehives for him. You already handled someone like him. Tell moms that we punched someone? Are you sure? Well, you're the first one that said it, so I guess we're telling moms. They're hot.
I'll let them know everything.
All right.
Okay.
You thought back to your relationship and winced internally. You were probably going to get in trouble. Not bad trouble, not as long as your moms knew you'd been picked on first, but some trouble. Okay, we can apologize to Cove for making him wear the party hat. No, we're not apologizing for that. He looks fantastic in the party hat. And he chose it. He went along with it. Finally, you bent over to pick up the noisemaker that Cove dropped when Jeremy appeared. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. He accepted it softly when you offered the little favor back to him.
Thanks, Rain.
I like how we can be there for each other. It makes me feel better about this kind of stuff when it happens.
Yeah.
Cove suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time, and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet.
I guess I think I see somewhere free there, if that works for you.
Never apologize to Cove. He doesn't deserve such gestures. I am not vengeful. I swear that wasp nest got into my ex's house by accident. Agreed. You and Cove tried to settle down after the last event. You took seats across from one another at one of the park tables. There were a few attempts to chat, but for the most part, you simply watched the adults run around to set up the cake cutting. There was a minor panic when which you assumed was Miranda's dad, apparently forgot the lighter for the candles. He and another man went through and started asking the other adults for matches or lighters. They weren't having any luck until the grim-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled a green lighter out of the ice cream cooler. Why the lighter was put in the cooler remained a mystery, but with party hat girls find it was time to get things going already. BRB, kitty dinner time? Gotcha. Where's Josh? Right below you. Cove always sounds like a wounded puppy, like he's got a massive traumatic backstory and is 3 steps away from crying about it. Yeah, he's just like, super shy and pathetic but also super kind and gentle. We saw him as a kid. We know his trauma. Miranda sat on the head of the longest table. A large chocolate cake was set in front of her. She lit all 14 candles with the cooler lighter with a big smile. The adults started singing Happy Birthday and the rest of the guests joined in. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. She closed her eyes and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was a birthday wish. Miranda cut her own slice, then one of the grown-ups took over cutting the cake. Another adult passed around plates of cake slices with a scoop of vanilla ice cream to the guests. Eventually, the cake got around to you and Cove. Forgot which days you said that you stream, so I checked almost every day. No, you're good. I had to, change around my schedule a lot this week because I had some stuff I had to do. It's usually Monday and Wednesdays that I stream now, but I haven't been very good at keeping to that schedule, so I don't blame anyone for, sporadically checking or just completely missing my streams because I haven't been very consistent lately. What is Cove crying about this time? His broken bones? His weird eyebrows? You guys are brutal! Alright, Cove was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist. It smelled quite chocolatey. So we're taking both, of course. His eyebrows are strange because his faceplate cracked at a young age and never set right. My gosh! Still trying for a rare Friday stream this week. Yep, the plan is Friday currently. My poor Cove does not deserve this kind of treatment. Oh man, he's always getting picked on. Yes, I am planning on streaming Friday so far. Because I don't have anything planned that day, we should be good to go. I don't know what I'm gonna do Friday, though. I'm still deciding. It might be, Pokemon, it might be, Vampire Survivors. Still deciding. We have 2 Cove defenders in chat now. That's right! Cove gets another defender. You took a bite of the ice cream. The vanilla wasn't bad, but it was a little bland. The chocolate cake, however, was a rich flavor. Cove then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake. When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, he started mixing it into the ice cream. The melted parts of the ice cream made a kind of chocolatey cake soup. I don't like that. Vampire Survivors? Have you ever heard of Helltaker? It's a simple puzzle game. I haven't. I'll write it down. I'm always looking for suggestions from chat on what I should play. Helltaker. Did you ever get Helltaker? Wait, what time would you be streaming at? Haven't decided yet. Might have D&D depending on when. I can stream it earlier. You would like it, although it might be too short for a normal stream. We've done some short streams before. Takes like an hour and a half or so. Okay, we can still stream that. It just would be a shorter stream than usual. Alright. Anyway, I hate what Cove is doing. I don't like that. Thought it looked gross would be my correct answer. There was nothing appealing about it. It was melty and crumbly and looked more like dirt shoveled into old milk than a dessert. Cove chuckled at your disgusted expression. There was an option to kiss Cove, do it. We actually missed out. In the last episode, we could have kissed him, but we decided not to because we wanted to keep the pining relationship going. So we're gonna keep the pining relationship going through adulthood, I think is what we decided, and then have Cove confess to us. Let's see. Sounds good to me, honestly. I don't like cake regular anyway and prefer ice cream. Blasphemy. I hear a lever. Decided, you already decided on... Return to the boy. Yeah, I decided on that way before. Return of the boy. Bold to assume he'll grow enough of a backbone to do so. He does eventually if you get to adulthood and don't confess at all or do anything to hint at romance, he eventually confesses to you at the end of the adult route. And you can just avoid it, and in the epilogue, he'll confess to you there instead. Yeah, Bear missed the last one. Yeah, he basically said he had a foot fetish. It's ankle fetish, to be honest. He basically said that he likes anklets, and you can interpret it however you want.
Vanilla ice cream is not good by itself, and I'm gonna eat it with the cake either way, so why not put them together now? Things like ice cream cakes exist. Putting stuff together is normal.
Wait, what? Cove is too innocent for that. I mean, I think currently he's a bit too innocent. An Amish paradise kind of guy. Oh my god. Had such a strong fixation on the foot bone structure as a result of his interior skeleton. I thought it would have been really romantic to kiss him after he confessed that. Yeah, I thought the pining relationship would be funnier, though. We can kiss him at the end of middle school. I guess that won't interfere with my plans too much. Because I want a certain thing to happen in the epilogue. If they start dating, I don't think it interferes, though. I think that is something that can happen. So I'll let you guys decide that once we get to the end of the teenage route, which we're doing tonight. I am determined to finish teenage route tonight. Cove contently chowed down on his concoction. One advantage to his mix is that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating a cake. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cove's shirt remained clean. You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoyed yourself plenty. Funny you say that, Bear. My ankle that I sprained like 8 years ago has now been acting up. Aw. Is Cove a standard character, or did you custom him? He's standard. He's the only love interest in the game. You can have slight customization on Cove, because as he grows up, he changes, and his interests and looks do change depending on how he kind of, like, is influenced. But, like, that happens, like, separately from your choices. Cove kind of has, like, his own things that can develop in the game. And so there are different versions of Cove you can get in the game. but his base personality is always the same. Just more like if he's athletic or nerdy. And stuff like that. Don't sprain your ankles, kids. Yeah, sorry to hear that, Nanji. For me, it's the knees. So you basically manipulate his interest. You don't manipulate his well, he kind of has his interests, randomized, I guess is the best way to put it. I don't really know what impacts it. Like, I know that they do change and that they can change depending on what you do in the game, but I think most of it is just kind of randomized. Like, the AI in the game kind of decides what Cove does and, like, how his interests differ from yours. Let's see, I feel like I was about to say something and then I completely forgot it, as is normal from me, so I guess I have no choice but to just move on. Alright, Cove suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up at the sky with a faraway expression. You checked but didn't see anything attention-grabbing. The ice cream is better than those ones in the cups. You know, with the little wooden spoons, but I still kind of want that instead. You remembered what kind he was talking about. Oh, yeah, like the ones handed out at the barbecue before the fireworks happened. Right. Cove smiled nostalgically at that thought. You could picture a younger Cove for a moment with the same look in his eyes. You remembered how your ma tried to share with everyone that night. Yeah, we can offer him a bite. That was like that's our thing, right? Cove is pro-tag, sexual, and everything kind of springs from there, I think. I have ice cream. I could eat ice cream after dinner. Ask him for a bite. I don't want what he has. That concoction. I don't want it. I don't want it at all.
Do you want any of mine?
Cove raised his eyebrows at your offer.
What?
We're serious. Do you want any of mine? We're having a cute moment here, Cove. Yes you do. Yeah, but I do. Just try it, Angie. I don't want to take a bite! I don't want it! He rubbed his neck, leaning back in his seat. He was taken aback and even more bashful. Well, I already have some on my plate, so, yeah, sorry. No, stop pressuring me into taking a bite! This is bullying. Hold on. There, now I'm crying. This is bullying. Don't want to get my cooties, huh? I'm choosing it. That's funny. Take a bite. Stop! Rain. He spoke with a terser tone. You were testing him. Cove gulped as he looked at you, and then your respective dessert plates. He took a quick breath and grabbed your fork without letting himself hesitate. He took a bite. You smiled. Thanks, Cove. Miranda then started to open her gifts. She systematically attacked the mountain of presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them loudly before opening a gift. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cove got her. You were glad the presents were accepted. Look, Angie, one of the two of you has to have a backbone, and Cove, the glass bones there isn't gonna be it. Eat it. No! Well, yeah, gets it. Well, the option's already passed, I think. I don't think I can eat it now. Oh, no. Oh, dear. I can't eat it. Oh, no. Oh, what will I ever do? Anyways. It took time, but eventually Miranda got through all the gifts. She was very sweet and polite throughout it all. The party went until the sun began to set. By that point, most of everything had settled down and people had begun to leave. Any of the guests whose parents had stayed for the party were already gone, except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids still waiting for their parents to come get them remained, you and Cove included. Miranda's family were cleaning up, and as a guest, neither you nor Cove were supposed to help with that. Instead, you both had decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way where you could casually wait for your ride. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even bouncing anymore. Cove laid on his side with his back to the wall, and Miranda sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You also made yourself comfortable. It was nice and warm in the little building. It also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. You could all speak openly here.
Thanks for coming.
She looked down but continued shyly.
It's been really cool to get to hang out with you a little bit.
Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks for me too, Miranda, because we decided to be nice to her. Miranda just smiled a little more. So, did you notice anything happening earlier? With some people you don't know showing up? Yeah, did you watch Rain punch a kid in the face? Is what he's asking. We have a fan. Yeah. She had to think about the question a little. It was apparent that she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy, since there was no instant recognition.
I heard about something. Some other people were talking to my parents where this kid came and forced them to leave the party.
She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird, but also not important.
Then everyone had cake and ice cream.
Cove smiled uncomfortably. That's good. Did you get to see our awesome beehive destroying punch? He was clearly worried that the Jeremy confrontation could have gotten to her. Luckily, it didn't seem that anyone had overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Oh, he's more worried about her discovering Jeremy's words, not the fact that we punched him in the face. That's good. Thanks, Cove. He has our back. Cove rolled over onto his back and smiled contently. Miranda seemed confused, but wasn't going to push. Well, it's evening now. No jury would convict us. We'll lay back and rest. The air-filled floor was comfy, and when you listened, you could feel the vibrations of the blower keeping the bounce house up. The silence stretched between everyone, and you opened your eyes to take a peek at the others. Cove was still relaxing, but Miranda was looking between the two looking confused. You smiled to yourself and closed your eyes once more. You spent the rest of the time content and dozing until it was time to go home. At the end of the day, you thought it had been quite the party. All right, 3 more to go. They would understand the urge to get even the slightest touch on Jeremy, no matter how violent. Summer work. Let's go. You stared out the window, watching the scenery pass by, as your mom drove down the quiet streets at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window where your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? Nope. The answer for me would be yes, I love the library. Didn't do any summer homework, too busy practicing our beehive boxing. Yeah, that's about right. We're like the Violet Clumsy kid, you know? Yes! Yeah, I agree. I am excited about the library. Mom laughed, catching your eye in the rearview mirror and winking. I don't know why I asked. I already know how you feel about it. You hadn't liked going when you were a kid, and your parents made you visit the library with Elizabeth, but you felt differently now. The brain is just as important muscle as punching and bones. Agreed.
So,
What about you, Cove? You're part of the conversation, too.
not really.
Not really. I didn't have school stuff to do. I would probably be somewhere else.
I see.
I get it. I wasn't so keen on the library in my day, either. Really? Well, no. Unless you count under 6 years old as my day. She grinned over to the two of you briefly. Mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone in brightly colored clothing passing out balloon animals. It sparkled a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitching up before constantly remembering why. It seemed like ages ago now that you and Cove watching the amazing Alexander put on a show. I haven't been looking at chat. Hold on. Then why is he weak in both body and mind? Cove is simply here because we threatened to break him if he didn't come. There, you may need to go to the library to learn about bones. Ah, I was about to sneeze. Saved it. He's afraid of our beehive boxing. Oh my gosh. For a second, the urge to reminisce made words line up on the back of your tongue, but you pushed them back down after a second, content to smile along. What? You blinked, startled to see Cove looking directly at you. He was staring. Yeah, sure, let's go ahead and tell him. Do you remember the amazing Alexander? He gave us dolphin balloons. Oh, right. That was a while ago. Cove smiled faintly. It was our first time we ever went down the street together, I think. I miss my balloon. He was a good dolphin for that one afternoon I had him.
Yeah. Hey, Cove. What were you going to name your balloon? You never told me.
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember what kid me was thinking. Probably something obvious like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your smile curled up higher at that sentiment. You wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what, and so just settled back in your seat. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolutely gorgeous day. You leaned your face to the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as the gentle rays warmed your cheeks.
Rain?
Huh? You lifted yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twisting her torso to face you, confused from the front seat of the car. Playing Roblox right now, reaching peak performance of 6 FPS, no! Next to you was nothing. Cove's car door was already open. You had reached the destination before you could even realize it. I was asking what time I should pick up you two.
Oh,
4 should be okay. Shame we must spend the beautiful day inside. I liked the library, though. I would have gone. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments, or at least make a large enough dent. Brittle bones, weak heart, no imagination. How lacking is this town that we can't find any better candidates for our love? Actually, it does say at the beginning of the game that there's not many people that live here, and not many people our age that live here. So Cove might be our only option here. And since I didn't spend money for the DLC, Cove is, in fact, our only option here.
Thanks, Mom.
You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. Alright then, have fun you two.
We will.
You closed the door, giving a little wave. She waved back. The two of you went right to the door of the library. Cove reached it first and tugged it open, stepping inside. He kept it propped open so you could pass through behind him. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for the few seconds you spent outside. The space was filled with the soft din of papers being moved and whispered voices. Literally the last man on Earth, and we still aren't sure we want him. Poor kid, I'd feel bad if he had one thing going for him. Angie holding us in a relationship with a weakling by keeping her wallet closed. It's true. The air was much... Oh, wait, I read that. Hold on. Hey, you seemed kind of distracted on the ride here. Just enjoying... Oh, wait, we can say just enjoying, excited to see Derek. Keep Cove on his toes. That's what we decided, right? That was, like, our official thing. It's a bit like we give Derek affection, so Cove has to, like, keep questioning. Playing the evil game. Derek, don't. Oh, I clicked it without meaning to. I was laughing. Cove nodded a little, but he didn't say anything in response. Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Predictably, he was flipping through one of the various sports players on the cover, looking intense enough to burst off the paper. I'm glad you remembered. Don't play with my boy's feelings. No! And then the yes. Chat being divided. Oh my god, he's tiny. Yeah, have you not seen Derek before? He's short. He's one of the love interests if you pay $5.99. Is that Derek? Yep, that's Derek. He's a DLC love interest, but he can be our friend. He will be so traumatized and broken by the time we're done with him. The small no. Angie, I will send you the cash. Yeah, just buy the DLC for me. His head snapped up when you walked over, beaming wildly. Hey, Rain, Cove. Hey, were you waiting for a while? Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place, then he gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through books. Hey Angie, what's your stream at? I would say my purse strings weren't spoken for. Wait, are we cradle robbing? Dead as I will do. I made a bird path. The guy is shorter than me. Yeah, I mean, he's only like 13 right now, but yeah, he's short. Fun fact for Derek's DLC, you only see him in middle school, so you can only go out with him in middle school, so right here. And then when you get to the epilogue as an adult, you will see him again. But yeah, he like moves away for high school. We're all 13. Yep. He is shorter than someone who needs 1 cent to pay their bills. Oh, man. But yeah, and if we do the Derek DLC as well, Angie, I'm so serious. I'll give you the DLC if you dump Cove. Cove is just abnormally tall and makes everyone look younger. That is true as well. Okay. Listen, Bear, we're not dumping Cove now. I'm gonna play through this with Cove because there's a certain ending I want to get, and I don't think Derek has like a full epilogue, like Cove does. It's now or never. Oh, Bear hates Cove, man. Can't be 13. He's like 3 tops. My finger is hovering over the gift button. Make your choice. I'm sorry. I'm gonna stick with Cove's route. I'll come back later and play Derek's for you, okay? I promise. Whether I buy it myself or you end up giving it to me, I will do that. Then Cove is 22. How tall is he? I have no idea. Unbelievable. I'm sorry. I have no idea how tall they are officially. Let's see. Derek put the magazine back in its place, then he gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through books. I believe that I am 5'7" at max. Genuinely, I think she just wants you to romance Derek to break Cove's heart. Gotta respect her hater grid, though. I can't believe. Oh, Bear hates him so much. Alright, hold on 1 second here. I got a notification for something, so give me just 1 second as I check that. I am a hater first and Jeremy stands second. You're gonna be pleased to know that there is actually a Jeremy dating sim out there. It's just not our life. But Jeremy is in fact in a dating sim. Just have standards. Yeah, that's it. Hold on. Just gotta check something real fast. Okay. Okay. Alright, finish checking. All good, all good. Maybe. Now OBS doesn't want to come back up. There we go! Not when it comes to women, you know. Oh my gosh! Alright. There's plenty of room. In unspoken agreement, the three of you started moving towards the seating area, Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I've mastered the fake shot. I'll show you some other time. Derek looked over to gauge the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. All of the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach-related. Surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding. As a dude, I can't sign off on Cove, he's just a putz. Listen, you, I disagree. He's cute. And he didn't play a lot of team games, but he did like doubles volleyball. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with excitement as he explained. Well, you move the ball like you're going to go one way, then... He demonstrated by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footworks. The fuck you mean a putz? You do it like this, so it does like that. You laughed, bobbing your head at his attempt to get the trick across with no ball. Shh! How do we turn Cove into a gamer trademark? I don't fully know if you can. I think his interest, like, in the beach just, like, stays how it is. It's just, like, you can make it more sporty or more, like, book nerdy. I have standards when it comes to women, Nanji. I have standards. Sure you do, Bear. Sure. The three of you looked over to the checkout desk. The librarian stood behind it and was wearing a deep frown. Apologetic. Are you into horror games? Yeah, I love them. What is she hot? Literally, what standards? Name 1, Bear. 2, is she buff? Yeah, that's basically how I can sum up your favorite characters. Hot, buff, and sarcastic or mean. Yeah, that's basically it. That's your type. Specifically for girls. Is there any woman you don't find hot? Apparently she doesn't think Kara is hot, who is Cove's mom. You mouthed sorry and she sighed before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheek, choosing not to let that derail things. Oops. So, what are you guys working on? What weren't you working on? So to be honest, when it came to summer homework, we hadn't started a single bit of it. Like, she's fine, but not, like, MILF at all. My only standards for women are, number 1, exist. Optional. I hear that. Okay. Yeah, the last option, because we didn't feel like it was about how I was. Did you say that earlier? Huh. I must be missing quite a bit of things. I keep trying to look at chat and stuff, but man. I have to turn my entire body around to read chat, because I'm playing from my tablet, which is positioned on the other side of my table. I mean, just look at Shoko from JJK. She does not exist, but holy... yeah. Doesn't start because we were too busy. Oh, you're right. How could I forget? No worse than my desk setup, as I previously illustrated. Yeah, basically, we're in the same boat here. You had a few assignments to work on, but you hadn't sat down and decided which to focus on this afternoon or anything. You just grabbed all of them and checked them into your backpack. You figured you could pick when the time came. Math. Um, you also have an awful desk setup, dang. Yeah, basically. It's not like awful when I'm working on videos or anything, but it is fascinating setting it up for streaming. My previous setup had Minecraft reaching peak performance at 4 FPS. Oh no. Okay. I would rather work on history. I saved math for the very end because I don't like it.
We have to do this timeline thing.
It made sense to work on that while you were here, since you probably needed to consult the reference books. The little kid looks sloshed. Wait. To be honest, I think the issue is perhaps insisting on playing via your drawing tablet, considering the tablet's location. It's honestly a little easier to play on the drawing tablet. This game specifically, like visual novels are much easier to play on the drawing tablet. And ironically, my current cell phone reaches at least 20 FPS. But yeah, just with like the way that streams have to work with splitting it between the screens and everything, the screens that I have to watch get really squished if I don't have them on my bigger monitor. Which are basically the, if this isn't working, the stream is dead screens. So I need those in the bigger monitors to like actually be able to see everything. And then OBS gets super squished too if I try to put it on my tablet monitor. So I end up with these two monitors on, well, the stream and the OBS on the other two monitors, and then my tablet monitor is used for playing Our Life. But usually if I play Pokemon or anything, I have to switch things around because I can't play that on my tablet. If you like horror games, play Poppy Playtime. I have! It's on my, I did not stream it, it's on my videos list. I'm working on editing the chapter 3 video right now. But yeah, those, I have played 1 and 2, they're out on this channel. They're pretty fun games, I like them. Simply get a 3-monitor setup. Yeah, I'd have to afford that first. Let's see.
There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but I'm gonna do that later since it doesn't need extra references or anything.
Do you like Hazbin Hotel? Yeah, I do. I really like it. I was over at WeebCon recently and they had the Hazbin Hotel cast there. The lines were insane, so I didn't buy the tickets to do that, but yeah, it was pretty cool to see them.
What about you two?
I've got a few worksheets. They looked pretty easy, but my school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they just stick with 1? I'm also doing the timeline. Oh, that's a cute little setup. That could have been a thumbnail. You all found a table close to the tall bookshelves and set up camp. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were strewn out on the surface. Starting to notice that I have a 4-second attention span. Let's see. For being honest here, I probably started doodling. You were having trouble getting into the right mindset. Giving up, you lightly sketched on the paper, your tongue poking out between your lips as you did. You were in the middle of attempting a shark with toothy jaws open wide when you felt someone looking at you. You glanced up, seeing Cove looking over your scribbles. Feeling awkward for being caught not actually doing homework, you went back to looking over your book.
Nice.
It's nice. Are you gonna do the rest? Add the second dorsal fin. He pointed to a spot on the unfinished shark. Yeah, thanks. Aww. The Poppy Playtimes are my favorite videos so far. Aw, thank you. Just stick yourself between them, trying to protect poor Cove's bones for us. Yeah, I'll try. I'll try my best. You pushed forward with your scribbly creation. After some time, Cove shifted in his seat, twisting the back as if trying to work knots out of it. You rolled a pencil back and forth between your fingers, making the pattern blur into a haze of color. The thought of acknowledging that you'd been watching Cove made your heart flutter. He stood up. I'm gonna stretch my legs.
Talk to you later.
See ya. I'm gonna stay here. I'm making good progress.
Alright. A quick explanation of Helltaker. Horny guy goes to hell and starts gathering hot demon women for his harem. 8 out of 10. I have heard of this game, actually. I've never played it, though. OMG, you're such a good artist. Can you draw me? Stay and read and doodle. Yeah, I can stay. Don't break your legs stretching them, Cove. No. Alright, I'll stay too. You didn't want to break your concentration and had to get back into it. What concentration? We were doodling. Cove is Bambi and Derek is Thumper studying with you. Yeah, it's so cute. Too bad the fandom is dying. Aw, is it? I remember seeing a lot of memes for it back years ago, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah, Cove, it's so dangerous to walk on the sidewalk or even the grass. You could shatter your shins. Oh my god, guys. Leave to escape your work. I already chose to stay. Okay. Alright, Bear, let's talk to Derek for you.
Derek flashed you a grin. It's whizzing by, no problems. How about yours?
At this rate, I'm probably not gonna finish, since I've been doodling.
Come on, you're here, you're doing it. We can make this happen. But weird to think that we'll be back at school soon, huh? Yeah, a new school year. Are you looking forward to it? Wouldn't say I was looking forward to it, but this year's gonna be the year. The year of what?
Right.
The year I'm on the team.
He pumped his fist in the air and momentarily became too loud for a library again.
The team? Which one? Football or soccer?
Why not both?
That'd be pretty sweet, but I need to give it my all, whatever it is. Can't split my focus forever. Thing is, I haven't figured out how I'm gonna pick. I'd have more time to practice and get real good if I stuck with just one. I don't know.
Let's see. Pick the one you're best at. I vote for soccer. I vote for football. We can do whatever we want. What do you think? Bear, since this is yours? He went to play sports and his bones were weak. He's so positive. He's excitable. He's gonna be on the team. He understands what it means to commit. Do what makes him happy. Alright.
I'm happy playing both, but I'd be happier being better. But hey, what about you? It's the new school year. What's the new school year got in store for you?
Naps if I'm lucky. Alright, I want to learn a new skill. That's always my viewpoint going into, like, school.
Really? I'll help you practice with it, if I can.
You continued swapping visions of the year ahead until Cove returned. With the start, you realized that a solid 15 minutes had slipped by. It had only felt like a few moments. With fresh minds, you all turned back to your work. The sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up, surprised to see Derek packing up.
You're done?
Derek casually shrugged, but you could tell he felt proud to be the first finished.
Uh-huh. Told you it wasn't anything hard.
Wish mine was that easy. He's helpful. I have to go, but in case you are going to the step 3 on the stream, please pick for Cove with the number 3 hair and glasses number 2. Have a good... Yeah, you have a good night too. Thank you for stopping by.
Want me to look it over? Maybe I've got some tips that'll help.
Yeah, sure, that'd be great.
I gotcha.
With a smile, Derek leaned over your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist and point you in the right direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his feet.
Okay, I'm gonna look around while you guys finish. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
Later on, Cove shifted in his seat, closing the book as he looked over the notes he'd been taking. Are you happy, Bear? I gave you your Derek moment. We'll have more. Is 15 minutes not a few moments? I guess not. Not when you're 13. I'm very happy. We'll have another big Derek moment coming up here in a little bit, don't worry. So we'll have more. And again, in the epilogue, we'll have more of Derek too. And, you know, eventually I'll get the DLC. We can play that. I don't know how you guys are going to feel about the third love interest. I don't think he's going to be anyone's type in this chat. I like him, but, like, he might be a little too him. Glancing away, you contemplated what you had done thus far too. We'll say we're about halfway there. We'll be a little generous. You really like Cove. You weren't sure if you had done it correctly, but it was at least some progress, better than nothing at all. What a sweet kid. You got your allegations backwards. Alligators backwards. Oh man, the fight. Ship wars going on here. Could you spare us his name? What is his name? I don't know if I remember. Bill's out here in the trenches defending as best they can. Baxter, yeah, that's it. You looked, huh? Yeah, Baxter is the third one. Still have the Steam page open. Yeah, Baxter is the love interest for the adult part. And, like, yeah, he has a much different personality than the last two. You weren't sure if you had done it correctly, but it was at least some progress, better than nothing at all. Derek's advice made it easier in the end. Are you about ready? It's almost 4. Yeah, I think so. Come on. The both of you gathered up your books, and after returning the ones you'd used for reference to your proper shelves, set off to find wherever Derek had wandered off to. He was in the biography section. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other supporting himself against the shelf as he strained to grab one of the books. Hey, Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He glanced towards the sound of your voice, then up towards the shelf he was trying to reach. I can get it for you. I'll give you more moments, Bear. Cove isn't worse at this weak bones, my gosh. I'll defend Cove with my life. Someone has to. From this chat. A sportsman and a scholar. Yeah, thanks, Rain. Derek directed you towards the book he wanted. It was an autobiography of someone you'd never heard of before. And then the three of you moved to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slightly chilly library interior. Got any plans after this? Gonna work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. Okay, let's see. Not a problem, just beehive box anyone who dares hurt my boy. That's right. You are defending Cove as best you can against Bear and Waya, but they are relentless in their attacks. You have to take cover in trenches just to survive the onslaught. When I tried to type weak bones, my phone autocorrected weakness because it sensed Cove. My gosh. Thank you, Angie. You're welcome. I'll try to give you the moments. That answer was inevitable. Technique for what? Soccer. How about you two? The words you two echoed in your mind. You knew what Derek meant, but why was it bringing a smile to your face to be linked with Cove, even in the most tenuous circumstance? Blinked there for a second. Nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the door open and heading towards the blue pickup truck waiting in the parking lot. So what if Derek's advice is better? So what if Baxter must be Let's be better. Cove is cute. Your words are useless against that fact. Cove is cute. I agree. And it only gets better from here.
Talk to you later.
See you, Rain. Bye, Cove. You watch Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. Did you get everything done? Sort of. I saw you're basically done. He smiled impressed. You felt pretty good about that. I feel like I'll need to come back to the library again before summer's over. Feels this Cove's strongest soldier. In order, the objection. In order for Cove to be considered cute, he must actually be cute. He is cute. Are you kidding me? I'll come with you. I still have those books to read anyway. You were a little surprised when he said that, mostly because you'd already been picturing Cove there. Janky eyebrows. So what? So what? Look at that face. He's adorable. Thanks. So you want to keep hanging out when we get back? We could do something actually together and not just next to each other at the same table. He looked at you with a wry smile. You gave a shy nod, feeling suddenly nervous. He is a nice gentleman. A very distinguished gentleman. Thanks. The two of you smiled at each other. Cove looked away after a second, and so you did too, fidgeting with the hem of your shirt. It wasn't long before you spied your mom's car coming down the road. There she is.
All right.
Time to go then. You climbed into the car, sliding into your usual seat and buckling the belts. Hey kiddos, did you get a lot done? Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. The car shifted into action and you watched as the library shrunk into the distance. So we could at least get to the Trent, but he's too afraid of the barbers to do that. A true gentleman maintains proper calcium levels so that their spines have some structural integrity. He was like 6! Meanwhile, he wants to manipulate Cove so utterly, break him so completely that he becomes obsessed with Rain and unlocks the Yandere Crow Frats. Oh my gosh. Monkey Puppets side-eye dot meme. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer. Even better, you were going to have good company with you. You were already counting down the days. Mom teased some more information about the day out of you. When she learned you two were planning on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you'd been working on, then told her about the plans to stick with Cove after getting back. There was something knowing in her smile that made you pause, just for a moment. But soon enough, the trip was over. You had arrived back at your neighborhood. Cove had run over to the house real quick to drop off his stuff. You also made a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. With everything wrapped up, you could now freely enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the street together. The afternoon came and went, dinner was eaten, and you were cleaning up the dishes left behind from it. Cove had elected to stay for the meal today. He passed you a couple plates to rinse in the sink. Even though he didn't have to, Cove asked to do at least something to help. You scrubbed the last of them, then let out a satisfied sigh. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You address your group for the evening. Do you want to stay? Yeah, I don't have to go back till later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for the help. When you got back to your room, you noticed your backpack from earlier. You figured it would be best to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Cove plopped onto your desk chair, and it spun around a bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contently as you walked across the room. He didn't need or expect you to try entertaining him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when nothing was going on. You hefted your bag up on the bed. It sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through your books and paper packets. Not all of it were things you need anytime soon. A small pile of the most important assets began to grow on the side of your backpack until you'd gone over it all. Is that a gamer chair? Looks like it. It might just be a standard office chair though. Oh, whoops. Hold on. Skipped over that. So insightful. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. You instinctively pulled the opening closer to you and peered inside. A second look through commenced, and then a third, and then you began to open the smaller pockets. You were missing your history assignment. Rain? By this point, Cove could tell something was wrong. That was part of your summer work that you had gotten done, and now it was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you had first begun to look through. The work could have fallen out somewhere, if you had it in the first place. Okay, guys. How do we react? So our parents still don't know about him spending the night in here, right? Yeah, they don't know that. Just the whole camper RV thing where he snuck into into the bed we were sleeping in. That they saw because they were also in the camper. But him sneaking into our room that night? No. No one saw a thing. I bet Derek would have noticed it falling out. All right. Being positive. Let's see. It was best to think positively. You might find it somewhere, even if you didn't, there are things you could do to fix the problem. My history work isn't in the backpack. At your word, Cove jumped out of his seat.
No way!
Oh crap! Is there somewhere we can look? The bag was kind of open, so... He winced sympathetically. That left a lot of options for where it might be, most of them bad. You resolved to check the spot the backpack was originally left in. It couldn't hurt to look. With nothing in sight there, you expanded the search to the rest of the space. Derek definitely would have. He is eagle-eyed. Probably, he might have been able to. Cove did his best to stay out of your way, while keeping an eye open for your missing work. It was a fruitless effort, your assignment wasn't there. Let's check downstairs, it might still be in your house someplace. Fine.
How are you?
Why, hello again, is everything alright? We'll tell Mom what's going on. I unpacked my bag and one of the assignments wasn't there.
I'm so sorry.
Sweetie, I'm so sorry. What's missing? An assignment from school from the library today. Mom's eyebrows raised with concern at the answer. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they may still be open. I had to close and reopen the stream to see your message, Bear. So wait, our folks know the peeps on us and are just like, meh. They encourage it. They do know that we have a crush on him and that he has a crush on us, but they kind of encourage it. Alright, I'm letting you guys decide what we're doing. This is on you. And I just need all the water right now because my throat is loving this talking stream. Wait, I missed something. What's this about Cove peeping on us? Not peeping. He's just like, you know, they're letting Cove stay alone with us. You know, two teenagers that like each other and they're just like, yeah, they can stay in a room alone together. That's what he's saying. He apparently sneaks into our room on the regular. That happened once, and then in an RV once. And the parents did know about the RV, but we just slept beside each other, and everyone was present for that, so they were just kind of like, yeah, okay. Well, actually, I don't know if, like, the moms know about that. Cove's parents know about that. Because Cove's parents were the one that found him. Okay, no one's given me an answer, so I'm gonna have to choose myself. Playing a fighting game with my friend right now. That's cool. Let her go without a word. Okay, without a word. Cove, honey, can you tell us if there was anything you noticed? You were with Rain, right? I saw the assignment with Rain had in the library. I don't remember her putting it away, but I'm pretty positive there was nothing left on the table when we were done. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. You had the same when leaving. You had felt the same when leaving, though it was hard not to second guess things now. Are you winning? Good question. Are you winning? When you can chat again, you might not be able to chat if you're playing a fighting game. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later. The look on her face was not promising.
Well,
So I got a hold of the librarians. They don't have any papers with your name on it. Not that they could see anyway. I'm sorry. Let's see. Might stop chatting for some time. That's okay. When have they have given up. They know what we are bound for, right? They looked at your work and thought it was so bad that they burned it! Oh no! They say you really need remedial school. Oh no! Thanks for trying. Of course. Sorry it was a bust. It's not your fault. Rain, hey, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Good idea. Things were getting heavy here with your mom's worrying. Maybe he needed to get away from it, or maybe you thought you needed a chance to get away from it. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood by with creased brows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, Moms. You briskly made the trip across the street, and in less than a minute you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Cove had been in a rush earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without a thought. No one had moved it since then. You can sit down or anything. I'm gonna look. He lifted up the backpack and unzipped it in a fluid motion. You were left to wait as he rooted around inside with an unexpected level of seriousness. You accepted his offer of hospitality and took it easy. Sounds nice to me. It wasn't possible to stop Cove on his quest, so you tried to relax in the meantime. Eventually, he sighed heavily. Cove's arms were still tucked away inside, but the search was over. Sorry. It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it in this whole time. You just shrugged. That's all right. He dropped the backpack to the floor, unceremoniously, and spoke with a cautious tone.
are you okay?
Are you really okay? Yeah, I'll ask my moms to pick up another copy, and I can do it again, but thanks for checking. I wonder if Cove's dad paid the librarians $20 for your homework. Wait, did the little kid steal it? No, Derek wouldn't. He's not that type. That's cool. I'm glad. Cove laughed lightly, and you noticed a small shake to it. He was clearly relieved you were going to get through this. It was sweet. He had been more upset about the loss than you. I think it's admirable how you can keep it together like that. Cove's dad, best $20 I ever spent. No! Silently accepted his praise. There wasn't anything that needed to be said. You just let this kind feeling leave their impression. Then the moment was interrupted by the piercing ring of the Holden home phone. Did I skip something? Nope, I didn't. Okay. You wordlessly stared at one another with raised brows. Cove's mouth formed a tiny frown. Kyra appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise.
Hey,
Hey, Cove. Hey, Rain. I didn't know you were here. She strolled on past her. Your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper greeting to whoever was on the other end. A few uh-huhs and mm-hms later, Kyra thanked the person and placed the phone down once more. Rain, that was your ma. She said your stuff was in the car.
what?
Really? I love that what from Cove. Like, what? Thank God Bear isn't here to see mid, right? Kyra's just too mid for her, I guess. You didn't check the car? They did not check the car. You know, this whole thing could have been solved if you guys just checked the car that your backpacks were resting in. But no.
That's what I was told. Now, I'll just return to the guest room. You can have your privacy.
Ko's face cycled from shock to sour as his mom made her escape laughing. He shook the interruption off and refocused on you. They've got it. As you guessed, this wasn't going to be a big deal.
They've got it.
Cove smiled crookedly and shrugged one shoulder. We should probably head to your house. Your moms might want to talk to you.
Yeah, my parents really care about me.
Unlike yours. It was too easy of a joke to make. It was too easy. I'm sorry. That was low-hanging fruit. Alright. This could have been much funnier if we were having a breakdown the entire time. I admire how you can keep it together, Cove internally. Maybe I do have a problem. Do normal people not break down this easily? I will say, this chapter is a lot funnier if you have a mental breakdown. I did that the first time. And, like, it is, like, everyone is just like, oh my god. Darn. You beat me to the Cove as a broken family joke. Yep! Yep, I did! It was right there and chat keeps making it, so I just went for it. They kept searching even after you left, and because of that, all of it worked out. Cove nodded in agreement. Oh, nope, that's not Cove, that's me.
Cove, I'm happy you were here. Thank you.
He brightened up with sparkling eyes.
Don't worry about it.
Anytime, Rain. When stepping towards the door together, there was a thought in your head that you knew to be true. You were going to be there for one another, with the small things, and when it came to the big things. Alright, escapade! 2 more before we become adults. Well, 2 more and an epilogue before we become adults. You looked up, noticing the sun was finally setting. You had been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on the front porch, munching on fresh watermelon slices. Well, do we like watermelon? Yeah, I'll say we do. You picked up another slice. Even though you already had dinner, you were still delighted to make room for watermelon. You turned to look at Cove. You both had been sitting in comfortable silence for a while now. He sat next to you on the step of your house. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts and his slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watched as his face twisted in discomfort. He had to stop chewing to spit a seed into the bush. Ew. Cove shrugged, but his cheeks turned slightly pink. He glanced at you bashfully, and you could tell he was searching for words to explain himself. I don't really like the seeds, the hard black ones. It feels weird swallowing them whole. It makes sense, but still, can you get a napkin or find a trash can? Your nose wrinkled in disgust. It was hard to shake how gross him spitting stuff in the ground was. I was more teasing him, but okay. He chewed on that thought for a moment, figuratively and literally, as he continued eating his current slice.
Alright.
Okay, I can maybe find something. Maybe? Cove rolled his eyes, but his mouth pulled into a small smile. He opted to take another bite instead of giving you the satisfaction of a response. I wonder if I'll have another slice after this one. That one is your 3rd already. Is that bad? It tastes really good. Glutton. I'm just as bad, but glutton. Let's see, what's a tsundere one? Oh, knock it out of his hand! What? We're just gonna knock the watermelon slice out of his hand, sure! Yeah, let's pick that! Hey! There was no chance saving it. He was fully unprepared to defend it. The watermelon slice slapped to the ground, accompanied by a fit of your laughter.
Seriously?
What was that for? There wasn't much left, and you wanted another anyway. Really? He shook his head at your logic, but there was only amusement in his eyes. Don't be mean to him. Came back just to say that. You heard me bullying him. Dang, careful, you could break his hand doing that. Poor Cove. It was pretty funny. The two of you were able to smile together again, and he did take that fourth piece. A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his current slice down on the plate next to him. Are you okay? Yeah. He stood up, held tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. Did you notice anything? What do you mean? I thought I felt a raindrop. The sun's still out. You put down the watermelon slice and hopped off your front step. Immediately, you felt the tap of water on the crown of your head, making you yelp, "Sun shower!" You're right. Cove was still staring up at the sky as you watched as it began blinking more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face bemused. It's a sun shower, that's what I said. It seemed crazy, but soon you couldn't avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards the front door and reveled in the moment. In the South, we call this the devil beating his wife with a frying pan. What? What? Hold on! I haven't heard that one before. Excited, I love sun showers. You closed your eyes and threw your head back, letting the rain shower over you. The cool drops felt so right after the warmth of the day. Feeling energized, you ran over to Cove and laughed at how soaked he already was. Not that he cared, because he was busy spinning in the middle of the street. It's true, I don't doubt it, but wow! You clapped and bounced up on your heels. Just as suddenly as the sprinkling started, it stopped and left you dripping with the smell of wet asphalt and soil tickling your nose. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair. Combing it back, he frowned. It's over. The drops of rain clinging to his face almost could have been mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. Well, it was fun. Yeah, it was cool that it happened. You then looked over at the door inside. You knew Ma wasn't going to be happy to see you trailing water into the house. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing, because he watched you sympathetically.
It's okay.
You can dry off at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. Just go like, I'm fine. That's cool. No thanks. No. Thanks, let's do that. Yeah, okay. He looked way too happy. His whole demeanor brightened. You figured he must have felt relieved to help you avoid getting in any trouble. Cove led you inside and stayed close to him, and you stayed close to him. We have a ton of spare towels. I've just got to dig them out of the hall closet. What should I do? I think I'm gonna need to borrow some clothes for you too. Sorry, I had to coax my dog downstairs because she's more afraid of the cat than she is motivated by food. Oh no, poor puppy. But you're good, Bear, don't worry. That third option is so funny, I gotta choose it. Cove didn't have any of the towels yet, but he came back into eye shot so you could see him stare at you flatly and roll his eyes. Aw, he didn't get flustered. That's disappointing. Ha ha. We can be like, no, I'm serious. Give me your shirt. We'll let it go. Because I think we'll be serious if we do that. Don't worry, Bear, you only missed Mid and Rain nearly breaking Cove's hands. Take a shirt! No, I passed it. I'm sorry, you were too slow. With that, Cove disappeared and returned in no time, towels in hand. Here. Thanks. You accepted one and began to pat yourself down. A sudden call caught both of your attentions. I thought I heard voices. Cove's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin.
Huh?
What happened here? You're both wet. There was a sun shower. Badass. Cove smiled back at his parents. We came inside to dry off. My moms don't want me going to the house when I'm wet.
Right.
So I told Rain to come back here. That was very sweet of you, baby. Oh, never mind. You got back just in time for mid. Yeah, she's here. All right, guys, I'm out. Someone harass Cove for me, please. All right, see ya, Waya. Thanks for stopping by. Whoops, gotta take a phone call. I'm busy tonight, apparently. I guess so. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of water that shook off. Then a light came to Kyra's eyes.
What do you think?
I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to beat standing around the house, and you'll air dry in no time. Will do, Waya. Oh no, poor Cove. Cove only offered a shrug and bent smiled to his mom. He looked at you for a real answer. Yeah, let's do it. Let's drive around with Mid. Poor Kyra. I actually think she's super pretty. Fun. This'll be good. Kyra pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to call your moms. They had swapped numbers earlier in the summer.
See you soon.
Head on out to the garage. I'll meet you there in just a minute.
Sorry.
Sorry, my mom can be so pushy. She gets some ideas in her head. That's what she does. That's okay. Thanks for letting me come. Oh sure, Cove just passed the buck on us. Really showing off your weak, breakable spine there. Danko's mom do be looking good, right? I wish there was a dating sim featuring some of the parents, because some of the parents look really good. At least your mom can push, right? Poor Cove. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all, but you let him get away with that. Come on. Cove led you to the car, and Kyra wasn't far behind. Okay, into the back, you two. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kyra started it and drove out to the residential area. When she hit a main road, the car sped up and she rolled the back windows down all the way. Hey! Cove started laughing as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying into his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your wet clothes. Stop bullying my boy, Cove. Oh, poor Cove. I said this drive was going to be good for getting air dried. Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Cove tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyebrows furrowed in frustration. You disabled the back? Sorry, I can't hear you. Smiling deviously, Kyra turned on the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. I'm going to laugh and enjoy this. Torturing Cove and getting to see his mom. You yelled into the wind and burst into laughter. Looking over at Cove, you saw him relax. He seemed glad that you were having fun. And then something struck the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the car seats and were blown about. Oh, they can't go out the windows. Cove began to haphazardly reach around the space and try to get it all back under wraps. Amused, we help. Why must you betray me like this, Josh? He still go have that glow up. He just needs milk. He'll get there, he'll get there. Mom, close the windows. Kyra offered no response other than a chuckle. She just kept driving. Cove snatched several of the papers out of the air, and you caught others, preventing most of them from flying out the window on your side. You showed Cove your collection while grinning widely. BTW, why do you call him Weak Bones? When you first meet him as a child, he has a broken arm. So everyone has been latching onto that. You figured if they were sitting out in the back of the car, they couldn't be important enough to get upset over, but Cove continued looking annoyed. Your smile started to slip, and at that his expression softened. Thanks for helping. The sun set completely, and at that Kyra rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released the random bits of paper he had in his fists. You'll never broke an arm. I haven't, actually. Because he has weak bones, obviously. I've never broken a bone, but that is normal, ain't it? Especially as a kid. Fairly common. Most people I know have broken bones. But, it's a funnier answer to just say weak bones all the time, I guess. So chat has decided weak bones. The sun set completely, and at that Kyra rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released the random bits of paper he had in his fist. I read this already, sorry! Man, Cove picked a fight with scraps of paper and nearly lost. Nearly, though, he kind of won. My cousin was jumping on her mom's bed and fell from it. She broke an arm. Yeah, I had some friends that did stuff similar. One of my friends had a waterbed and jumped on it and ended up falling off and broke an arm. Scraps of paper. The paper was flying everywhere when the car was driving, and he was trying desperately to grab all of them, i.e. the fight he was having. My mom is crazy. Her mother should have sang "No more monkeys jumping on the bed." Oh no. He ran a hand through his wind-blown hair and laughed with a bit of exasperation. I felt good. This seems like a fun evening. The evening had really turned out to be more interesting than you expected. Grinning, you were happy with your odds with whatever else happened next. Cove watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but now I feel tricked. I'm siding with Kyra. I'm siding with Kyra all the way. This is fun. Uh-oh, what's updating? What happened? Oh, it's just Adobe. Okay. Did they ever break anything else ever since? Not that we've seen. She did say she was taking us on a drive to air out, and that's what happened. Precisely, Rain. Kyra continued driving. The radio volume was adjusted for the closed windows, and everyone was sitting more comfortably. Kyra lowered the sound even more after pulling into a red light. She took the chance to turn around. You caught her coy smile. Coy smirk. Every day he breaks his legs. Every night he breaks his arms. Man, they must heal pretty fast. Or is it just like different sections he's breaking?
So,
Does anyone know what we drive past during the dry cycle?
I'm not sure I want to know.
A movie theater!
Okay, most places have one somewhere. He was born with glass bones and paper skin. His bones are made of plastic and skin of paper. Oh. Got it wrong. You're fine, you're fine. Ink plastic cannot absorb calcium. What? The fight happening in chat is so funny.
It isn't that late, you know. We can probably still catch a show.
what?
Really, Mom? We don't even know what be playing.
Come on.
And that's what makes it fun.
I want to see a movie. I want to see a horror movie. Heck yeah! Alright, gotta leave for some time. BRB. Alright, see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Doing while you're proud of Seven. Yeah, you really are. You're really carrying on his legacy.
Both of you?
He seemed hesitant. You gave him a smile, and Cove eased up a bit. Don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment when you can. We might never have another night like this. And don't worry, Rain. I said I'd watch over you for the night, not just 10 minutes or so. I'll put your parents in the loop about hitting the movies as soon as we get there. I didn't bring any shoes. You should always bring shoes when you're going out, Cove. Jeez. I didn't know we were going anywhere. I thought we were just gonna be in the car.
It's alright.
We'll sneak through quick. No one will notice. You can do it just this once. You bounced in your seat excitedly that it was actually going to happen. Kyra was right. You never got to do stuff like this. Kyra drove into the theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt, she ushered you and Cove out. Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. You hurried behind, but you figured the cold tarmac on his bare feet was what was fueling him on ahead. Inside, you noticed there were no lines. All the current shows had already started. Kyra paid that no mind and strode up towards the counter with some words of encouragement. A third of the running times is ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Cove stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to the other and constantly kept looking around. His shady behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than standing still would have, if there were people around to really notice. But the more anxiously he behaved, the more it rubbed off on you. You fidgeted in place. Teased him all the way.
And the floor isn't so bad. What could be on it?
Maybe spilled soda or crushed popcorn. Cove is gonna be tackled by police for being shoeless, and Kyra's gonna have to arrange a funeral. Oh no! Ew, don't remind me.
I don't have to. I think the sticky floor will.
What did you say? You kept your mouth shut and shook your head in response. Cove scoffed, amused. Electing a sigh of relief out of you, Kyra returned with the tickets in hand. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room.
I'm so sorry for this little hiccup, but hold on. We've almost made it home free. Once we sit down, it'll be smooth sailing.
The lights were already off in the showing room, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing.
Aha!
Yes!
Keeping her volume in hushed tone, Kyra couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the walkway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kyra pointed at the seats, looking over her shoulder at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded, and you decided to give her a thumbs up, and she led the way. I'm back! Welcome back!
Glad you can be here.
When you reached your seats, Kyra sighed. Oh, read that. He then leaned over and whispered to you. Do you have any idea what this movie is?
No, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets.
Oh boy. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that it was a horror film, one about a group of students being haunted by dangerous ghosts. Yes, my favorites! I love horror movies. Kyra's my favorite person ever. I was psyched! Going in, you weren't sure what to expect, but this was a fantastic surprise. You hoped this turned out to be good and scary. I can see Cove is feeling a little differently. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He bit down on his bottom lip and stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you learned about him early on. Poor Cove. I guess we can do something cute. Let's see. Can angle our body to be closer to him. That's cute. You bent yourself more and more until you were essentially leaning against him. It had been slow enough that Cove hadn't noticed at first. But soon he started to peek at you in the corner of his eyes. Offer him our hand. That's adorable. He took it immediately, his fingers held firmly to yours, and he was able to face the screen again with a lighter expression. Sometimes the other people in the theater screamed or jeered or clapped depending on what was happening. Your heart was pounding in your chest when the movie finally came to an end. The main character resolved the hauntings, but in the dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. You stayed to let the credits roll, and for the theater to clear out, then it was time to head back to the car. Tap his shoulder and break his calmness. Oh my gosh. Cove did nothing to deserve this bullying. He's just a sweet boy, and we're being so mean to him. He was, like, super apathetic to us, though, when we first started this game. Both you and Cove took the same seats in the back of the car again. Even though it was late, Kyra was exuding an upbeat, cheerful energy. What a great flick!
I guess.
It wasn't so bad in the end. Aw, look at that blush. You enjoyed it, baby? No, I mean, it's hard to explain. I got really tense, and I guess that's the point of horror stuff, but I kind of don't want to have to feel like that. Now that it's all over, though, it was sort of cool to do.
Fantastic.
That's so great. Rain, how are you feeling? It was awesome. Kyra smiled at that. I still can't believe they died. It's nice when things aren't all obvious and you don't really know how it'll end until you see it, but I really wanted it to go better. Let's see. I saw it coming. He had to lean on us for support. Oh, he's weak. Hey now. We'll nod along with what he's saying. We'll be nice to him. Sorry, what? I can't hear you over holding Cove's hand. You were interested in hearing his thoughts. You and Cove spent the rest of the car ride absorbed in conversation about the movie. So, who's hungry? You were surprised when you realized Kyra didn't drive you home, but to a drive-through burger restaurant instead. Yeah. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, this entire trip. Like, everything Kyra says, just like, yeah, Kyra! That's the spirit. Get whatever you want. Oh, they're gonna let us do it, huh? Okay. Guys, what do we want? For the people remaining, what do we want? Simp. For Kyra, yeah, a bit. Choose your order. What do you want? I'm gonna drink water. That was it of my water. I'm gonna have to get more here in a little bit. Probably when we get to the next chapter, I'll grab water for a second, so I'll do a little bit of a break then. A hamburger, a cheeseburger, a chicken sandwich. All right, hamburger, a cheeseburger, and a chicken sandwich. Still on the phone. Okay, wow, she looks so sinister there. Chicken nuggets, fries, spicy fries. All right. Let's see. Okay, spicy fries. Is that an option? Let's see, French fries. Chicken nuggets aren't not. Oh, yes, they are. There they are. Sweet. Spicy chicken sandwich. Gotcha. Sandwich, a milkshake. So, like, I have to get mozzarella sticks. That is, like, my go-to. I freaking love mozzarella sticks. So, obviously, we're choosing that. Who chooses a salad at a fast food restaurant? Onion rings, chocolate chip cookie. All good. Soft served? Yeah. And I could go without the salad and a soda, so I think we're good. That's everything.
Is that all right?
Of course.
It's a-okay. Cove was tickled by the size of your list and had no disapproval. It had no disapproval over it. Kyra pulled up to the window and ordered what you asked for first. She then decided to order one of everything on the value menu. I didn't get the soda. I just missed out on that. Whoa, what are you gonna do with all that? Eat it.
Really?
The whole menu? Even after Rain picked most of that already?
That's right. There are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about $1 each. I can swing it, and besides, whatever we don't finish, I'm gonna feed to your dad. He'll be in heaven.
Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're quite welcome.
After a few minutes, a few minutes later, Kyra exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed to you both in the back seats. She then drove off into the night. I wish I knew Big Smoke's order by heart. Yeah. Can you pass me something?
What should I grab?
Surprise me. You chose one of the wrap sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else.
Thanks very much.
Accepting that this was what was happening, Cove shrugged and started pulling food out of the bags for himself. Cove ended up with some onion rings, and he happily munched on them. We'll select something randomly. You weren't even questioning Kyra's crazy ride anymore. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied in the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped. Kyra turned to look over her shoulder. She then drove off into the night. This sounds like she left you and Cove in the parking lot. We're already in the car, she can't do that. So what, is it wrong to rely on your friends for support? No, it's not wrong. Of course it's not. Cove was scared during the movie, and we, offered our shoulder. It's a good thing. Okay, party people, it seems we've reached the end of the road. Confused, you checked out the window and saw nothing except empty road ahead, and then you noticed it, the now leaving sign. Kyra took you through the entire town. We're being kidnapped! It is when your spine is too weak to offer support yourself. Oh my god, Josh. What are we doing here? Kyra turned the car around and parked it along the side of the road. I think you could both use a break to stretch your legs, and I doubt anyone is going to come through here this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. Cove shook his head and got out of the car without a fight. I follow. Also, Bear, I've taken on Waya's charge to bully Cove. Oh no. You got out and caught up to Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. I think this is exciting, not just because I'm a Kyra simp. You were delighted with the wide open sky above and the unobstructed view of the landscape around. It was freeing. It's amazing we're all the way out here. Cove smiled, glancing from the stars to you. Shortly after, you noticed Cove's expression changed. His eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next.
I'm so sorry.
Rain, I'm really sorry for my mom being crazy tonight. She isn't always like this, seriously. I don't know why you're apologizing to me. I clearly wanted this. I suddenly feel like she's going to take us on a murder-suicide by driving off the highway into the ocean. We're actually driving away from the ocean now, so, yeah! This is a kidnapping. You let him continue without interruption. I think she feels like she has to get out there and do things with me while she can, and she wants to make the time memorable. This visit has been really different from the others, and it didn't start off good. Thinking about how Kyra's trip began this summer, you could understand why Cove was thinking along those lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. Let's see. Are you having a good time with your mom around? Cove doesn't like surprises too much grace for his weak heart, and projects that onto you. Yeah, that's about right. That's about how Cove is. Yeah, it's still weird having her and Dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom. I like hanging out with her most of the time. It went silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of the car door closing. Cove, Rain! You turned to see Kyra by the driver's side waving. The sight brought a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. I didn't mind.
My baby.
How did I end up with such a polite boy? She ruffled her hair and Cove lowered his head, accepting the compliment. You thought about how interesting it was to see how Cove interacted with his mom. And then the memory hit you. That first summer, you and Cove came to this very spot in his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom, and now you were all here together. A taste of his own medicine. So, like, she's just a roommate with his dad now, right? Right now, she's going to be moving back once summer ends. Yeah, a taste of his own medicine was also good. I didn't see you mention that, though, when I was pressing stuff. Let's whisper about it to Cove. I don't know if his mom knows that. Taking a step closer to Cove, you leaned in close to share the moments just with him. Isn't it strange that your mom took us here? This is where you went to try seeing her when you moved to Sunset Bird. Cove flinched as his eyes darted over to his mom, worried that she heard. When he was satisfied she didn't, he turned back. Yeah, it's weird, but she doesn't know what happened. At least, I'm pretty sure she doesn't. Really? Dad likes to tell her things are fine, so she doesn't worry. Well, we take it upon ourselves to inform Kyra. That is bold. Oh wow, I didn't realize he was such a psychologically heavy sport. I think Kyra is going to crush him. Oh no. You nodded and kept the secret. We're not a stitch. Cove looked at you gratefully, and you shared a conspiratorial smile. Anyways, it's kind of cool to be here right on the edge of town. Exactly! We're standing on a precipice. I think so too. I knew you'd get it. It's good to appreciate these times and places. Kyra let out a big breath of air. Inform Kyra more trauma. No. I'm absolutely a snitch. Anything to make Cove's life that much harder. Oh my gosh. Poor Cove. We should probably call it a night, huh? You felt disappointed it was actually over. You had kind of hoped some other unexpected things would pop up to keep things going. Kyra shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back with a collection of fast food bags still strewn about. You rested your head into the seat of the car, roaring to life. As you did, Cove leaned in close to whisper. I can talk to your moms if they do get mad about tonight for some reason. It was my mom's idea. You didn't have a choice. This was worth it, even if they get mad. I got to spend time with your mom after all. Your mouth pulled into the biggest grin, getting a laugh out of Cove. If you say so. Cove smiled bashfully at you, but said nothing else. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids getting heavier. Your head came to rest on Cove! Say the guy that likes Drake the Midget. You were too tired to keep your head, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issues there. He leaned into it. He must have been exhausted too. You were happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. These two are not dating. Hey Cove, I know I have a question for you. So you know I'm single, and well, it's a bit awkward to ask this, but is your mom single? Just a bit awkward. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bedroom. It was somehow already morning. You couldn't remember how you ended up there. Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. It almost felt like a dream, more than a real event, but it definitely happened. And you were glad that you got to have a spontaneous escapade this summer. All right, we have one more before we finish out. No, the food! Right? I hope we got to keep it. Alright. So, I'm not ending the stream, but I do need to take a break for a second and refill my water bottle. So, take, like, 5, probably less than that, everyone. I will be right back. Just got to refill some stuff. Okay? See you in a sec. Alright, we're back, and let's get into the last chapter before the epilogue, I think. I don't know what this arrow over here is, but I don't remember there being an arrow there, so hopefully this is the last one, because if it's not, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to continue much after. We'll find out, though. Alright, let's go to the next one, Soiree. You'd whiled away the morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging for lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. The arrow has the JoJo menacing kanji around it. Yeah, it feels that way right now. It was while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your moms approached you. Hi, Rain. You okay? Mouthful, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on your time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything. Great. We wanted to have a little chat with you. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. Irritated at the interruption, we groan because we are a teenager and need to act like it occasionally. Nothing good came out of a conversation that had to be announced ahead of time. You weren't sure you even wanted to know. Don't act like that. It's going to be a good chat. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your ma and I are going. The Cypress was the country club that your moms were part of, and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with fancy names like soiree. Sighing, you drummed your fingers and waited for the grand reveal. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction, leaning in. Ma took your hand and squeezed it. Ugh, Moms, I'm busy doing my boxing practice. That's right. We've decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth is going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time. You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around, not yours. Sorry. You've got to wait a couple more years. Beehive boxing, yeah! Wait, we're members of a country club. Jesus, no wonder everyone has so much money to burn, right? That's what I was thinking earlier. That's not fair! Gotta be a teenager here. What isn't? I want to stay home too. She had a sitter when she was your age. Being left alone for most of the night can be dangerous, and we have to make sure you're ready. But don't complain too much yet. Yes, you might change your mind about staying when you hear what we've got for you. Temporarily placated, you held your retorts back and listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turn coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well?
Since it's a pretty fancy party, that's still chaperoned. And attendants are allowed to bring a guest. We thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself as a date, if you want. I have to look after Cope. You know I'm ready after having to watch that mess. Oh man. Your eyes widened as the words sunk in. Your mom's accustomed to your quietness continued. Even though we'll be at a party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
Isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party. And if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. We weren't sure how to react because we're teenagers. Stop being a meanie. That's just not gonna happen, is it? Your parents were smiling at you, clearly expecting a response, but you were still too shocked to formulate anything of the kind. You hadn't imagined this was where the talk was going.
Don't worry about it.
This soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Your moms rose from the chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think was of what just happened. I was charged to bully Cope, and I take every job seriously. Oh man, poor Cope. Alright. Man, Bear's gonna want to get back in the chat soon. There's some fun choices that are about to happen. The remnants of your lunch stared up from your plate. No one asked you to. We'll finish eating. The conversation had taken your mind off the meal, but you opted to try to eat a little more. You picked up at the plate for a little while longer. Even though you'd relocate to your bedroom, your head was stuck on the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that... Okay. So. Cope's little baby, he must be protect. Also, I looked at Derek's DLC page, and, like, his younger siblings are, like, 2 or 3 inches shorter than him at most. The boy did not win anything in the hygienes. No, he didn't. Like I said to bully Cope, when he left, I took it upon myself. Okay. So, are we going as friends, or are we going to force this into a date? What do you guys think? Or I guess we can be undecided, but this is on you guys now. Date! As it is, let's be a date. The prospect of having your first date made it impossible to sit still. You couldn't help but jiggle your foot as you laid on your bed, contemplating the possibility. The night being a date would mean actually asking someone out. The little you knew of that came from what you'd seen on TV and movies, and what you'd heard about from kids at school. Your moms hadn't even entertained the idea of you dating until now. You went over possible words and phrases in your head, setting up scenarios and smooth sages before tearing them down and trying something else. You realized that you'd been mentally scripting Cove as the one you were asking. It had been his name repeated inside your mind, his face lighting up as you invited him to join you. Well, we're tsundere still a bit. We have been like going over a bit. Dang, still streaming. Well, yeah, I'm still here. Welcome back, Fuzzy Bear. Force this into a date. We will not be showing up, girl. By Elizabeth. Oh hey, other bear, you're back. Cove forever, Cove the best. Let's act embarrassed. Your cheeks felt like they were burning, so naturally you tried to smother them with the soft pillow. There was no one to see your embarrassment, but you felt it keenly at the same time. You'd known Cove for years at this point. He was someone who existed in your small part of the world, and it was okay. Why did your thoughts about him have to start getting out of control like that now? Sighing, you shifted position on the bed, resting your arms on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eye and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnotist's finger, you were released from the trance and left with a goal on your own. You were going to take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping areas near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself on the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grassy dunes that tickled your legs, followed by that familiar view of the sea stretching out across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Though he had his back to you, you recognized the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you'd find him here. He always was in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was a coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder, your eyes met. Let's see. Well, I guess we're being, nervous here for our first date, so let's nervously head over. Your feet keep trying to trip you up in your eagerness to reach Cove, but you manage to keep from falling and making a fool of yourself. Cove smiled at you, bathed in a soft light in the afternoon sun, with his hair gently tousled by the sea breeze. He looked especially charming. He then fully turned around to begin to wade through the water over to the shore. Let's see. First date? First date! We're about to ask him out on the first date. Be nervous, who are we? I will say though, just as a warning to everyone, I'm letting you guys decide this, that is fine, but if you decide to confess to Cove, the confession at the epilogue of the teenage route is better than confessing at the soiree. You can confess at the soiree. So if you want to do that, we can. But I will say the confession scene is better if you wait for the third pick. If you wait for the end of this chapter. Alright. Relax after running into him. You were alright with this, with all of this. Sure. Oh, wait. Whoops, Josh, I think, picked something before you. Oh, that's another Discord. Hold on. I'm getting notifications. Ah. Can we just ghost him to the end of the game? You can, actually. That is an option. I didn't pick something, sorry. Oh, okay, gotcha. But yeah, there's multiple options you can do. Hold on, one sec. Okay. Alright, I'm trying not to be too distracted here, guys. I'll get back to things now. Alright, here we go. It just felt nice to come across Cove right at this moment. The question of whether to invite him, and if so, in what fashion, was in front of you, between leaping into a world unknown or enjoying the safety of the familiar.
Rain.
Hey, Rain, are you free right now? Not exactly. My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow at a country club. It was kind of a strange segue, but you wanted to get right to the point. A soiree, huh? That sounds exciting. Whoops, didn't mean for that message to distract you so much, but I added the game to my library because it's actually charmed me despite Cove's best efforts. Yeah, it's really cute, isn't it? The base game is free, right? I don't remember. It's been a while. Like, I purchased this at launch, so I don't remember how much it was. But yeah, this game is super cute. He was smiling politely, but you could tell that your outing mention hadn't sparked much interest. That didn't come as much of a surprise for you. Formal affairs and big gatherings were some of his least favorite things, but you were sure he'd attend if you were the one who invited him. You only had to do it. It's free, DLC isn't. Yeah, that's what I thought. There's a DLC for each route. Oh god, you're stuck in Cove's voice. He's spreading. I mean, I miss it every now and then. Cove tilted his head curiously at you. Alright. So, here it is, guys. Again, we can ask him out now, but I do think the confession later on is better. So it's up to you whether we decide to hold out or do it now. You know, I've said that these choices will be up to you guys, and I mean it. So, go ahead. Hold out? Okay. We ask him as a friend then. You're coming too! Yeah, I like that you're coming too. That's funny. His eyebrows shot up. I am? My mom said it was okay for someone to come along. You watched him process the offer, his eyes becoming far away for just a moment before he broke into a smile. The tsundere path is, of course, to chicken out at the last second, embodied Cove's cowardice. Right. Huh? Wait, Oliver, how did you get in here? I just felt him brush up against my leg. Hey, baby, why are you here? You're not supposed to be here. I locked you out. How did you open the door? How did you open the door? Well, as long as you stay down there, you're okay. I don't have to kick you out. Oh, sweet boy. All right. You watched him process the offer, his eyes becoming far away. I said this already. Sure, I'll come with you, Rain. That's great. Yeah, I just hope I don't get something wrong. I've never been to one of these things before. You'll be perfect. His grin brightened even more, and his cheeks lit up too. It made you happy to see. While you hadn't asked him on an official date, you didn't think you were missing out at all. You couldn't think of a better companion to be by your side. I've got to let my moms know where we're going. Can you come with me? No problem. Cove went to where he'd discarded his things in the sand, tucking a shirt over his head and slipping on a pair of shoes before joining you and setting off home. The two of you stepped inside the front porch of your house. Given the proximity you'd had growing up, it was an action you'd taken together countless times, and you thought yourself lucky you had such a lovely friend living close by. At the sound of the door opening, your mom poked her head into the hall.
Hello.
Hello. No, Oliver, you were being so good. thirsty. 1 second, I gotta kick out a cat. Okay, we are back. Just gotta change this. There we go. Alright. Let Oliver play. Oliver can break Cove and unlock the Yandere Cove route. I told you Yandere Cove isn't happening. At least I don't know how to make that happen.
Cove, it's you. What a surprise. She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Hi, Mrs. Sky. It's nice to see you. So I take it Cove's going to be our guest for tomorrow night. You nodded your head vigorously, beaming at your mom. And what kind of outing will it be? Her voice was hesitant but serious. Perplexed, Cove looked at you as if hoping for a translation of your mom's words. It's nothing. You could only hope that the burning you felt in your cheeks wasn't visible to anyone. Thankfully, Mom dropped the line of questioning. She clapped her hands, bringing the avenue to a close. Okay, Cove, I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared away. She walked off to make the call. You turned to Cove, who still looked lost but offered you a smile anyways. Bringing anyone but him back would have been an actual surprise. In other news, how's buying the Derek DLC coming? Well, currently I still don't have it, so we'll get there. I'm gonna go so I can talk to my parents while they're done with the call. You saw him off with a wave. I'm looking forward to seeing you. I'm looking forward to it. See you. I'm back! Welcome back! Had to wash some dishes. Gotcha. Always important. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was alight with visions of tomorrow night. The soiree was a new and exciting prospect, now that you'd get to experience it with Cove. You just hoped that he'd have a good time when all was said and done. The evening of the soiree had arrived, the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit stationed in front of your wardrobe. You scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than the normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply.
Okay, guys, what are we doing? I'll be washing dishes after the stream. You missed turning into an actual date, by the way. Yeah, we decided to hold out. Is it with Cove? Yeah. We are still going out with Cove, but we decided to make it a friendship thing because I mentioned earlier that while you can confess to him now, and that's fine if you guys want to do it, there is a confession scene at the end of this chapter, or like the end of the teenage route, that I think is better if you confess there. Wonder how Cove would feel. Alright, that's what we'll do. You couldn't help but consider how he would respond to the way that you were dressed. Would he like seeing you dressed all fancy, or would it reinforce the weirdness of the situation? Your mind drifted across the street. Was Cove going through these same steps right now, staring at his wardrobe and trying to decide what to wear? Cove is cute. Yep, he is. You had no idea if he would dress up for the occasion himself, or if he'd wear his usual attire. It would be so much easier if you knew what he was going to do. Oh, I don't know if you guys could hear that, but my cat just yelled at me from out the door. He really wants my attention. He came in here again and I had to get him out. I'm fine if he comes in. It's when he starts jumping up on my desk and knocking things over that I have to kick him out. COVID-13 having more romance than me my entire life. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that a lot. Oliver wants to love on you. Let him. I want to. I will after the stream. Okay. What are we doing, guys? I'm letting you guys control this. I'll drink water as you decide. You need a box on your desk for him. I'm gonna look over the options real fast. I forgot to read. Wanted him to see you in a new light. All right. We're gonna make this cute. And so the decision falls back on us. Get one of those fake keyboards for your cat to play on. Yeah, I'm gonna need that. New light, sexy light. Did we ever buy that anklet? Let's try something formal and find out. You attempted to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because... There's no option to be like we're trying to impress Cove. I guess dressing to impress would be the thing. Hold on, is your character name Rain? Yep, we named the character Rain Sky. So, we are Rain. Chat decided that the first time we played. Dress formally because it will give Cove an actual heart attack. Yeah, feels about right. Fashion was a competitive sport. Just like the golf tournaments the club hosted, you might not walk out with the trophy in the end, but you still had every intention of winning. To start, you decided to wear... Okay, guys, pick. Pick for me. There's the attitude of the 8-time Beehive boxing champion. Right? She has that attitude nailed. My poor throat is getting so tired. Milkshake! All right, a dress. The one you picked was light and had sheen. The silky material seemed to glide through your fingers as you took it from the wardrobe. It was a perfect fit for a summer evening party. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. I am across the house from my router, so my Wi-Fi is constantly cutting off. Aw, sorry about that. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you'd gotten the opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You found your mom already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finished touches on their outfits. Ma strapped her heels into her stiletto. Into her stiletto shoe. I had not noticed the stream was not in sync. Oh, are you pretty far behind? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that happens every now and then. You found your mom's already waiting in the... Oh, said that. Ma strapped into her stiletto shoe, and Ma trying to fasten a bracelet single-handed. They looked up as you entered. 39 minutes. Oh, no. Well, you're here now. Oh, Rain. You look so nice, don't you think, Pam? Thanks for dressing up, Rain. I hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. I typed milkshake randomly. No, you're fine. I was wondering, like, where you were, but that makes sense. I was on the part where you were ordering. Yeah, it made me want milkshake and mozzarella sticks, that part. Oh yeah, so YouTube streaming works like videos. Gotta jump back to the start. Yeah, I noticed that. YouTube streaming is a little weird. Notice that you were saying things that were not being said in the chat. Yeah. Let's see, where am I? Okay. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent a hand, literally, by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Mom then glanced over at the clock on the wall. Seeing where the hands were pointed, a frown creased her face. When's Cove going to be here, do you know? Soon, probably. I ordered everything on the menu except salad, just so you know. Yep. That's basically what we got, except we also skipped on the soda. Mom pursed her lips as she stared at the hands ticking on the clock. Alright, if he's not here in 5, I guess I'll give his house a call. Elizabeth flittered down the stairs, her eyes narrowed. What? You're still here? Yes, but not for much longer, hopefully. Wait, I know you're excited, but we haven't even said goodbye, and I want to go over how things are going to play out. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listing the rules, ticking them off on her fingers. Oh god, he chickened out. Of course he would. That weak spine of his. No! I wanted them to have one of those milkshakes with 2 straws the couples drink together. Aw, that's cute. No ordering takeout or other deliveries. You can't have anyone else come over. Uh-huh. She nodded resigned to her fate, listening to the set of rules she could predict without so much as the glance at a crystal ball. If anything happens, you can call us or go across the street to the Holdens. Keep the noise down. The house might be empty, but there are people all around in the neighborhood. Usual house rules still apply. Don't do anything you wouldn't do if we were here. And we'll be back in no later than 11:30 p.m. But we'll call you if there are any issues, so don't tie up the phone line all night. Didn't they say tonight was her party? So like, do you have no other neighbors? No other neighbors we talk to, apparently. Right, all done? Can we go now? Can you go now? Ma strode over and swept Elizabeth in a hug. Your sister let out a small noise, her eyes widening, and suddenly looked much less like the smug teenager she acted like. You're such a big girl now. I still can't believe it. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. This wasn't the quick departure that she'd been hoping for. Any chance of it ending soon vanished as Mom joined in on the hug. Neither can I. It feels like it was only yesterday that... Elizabeth groaned, trying to cut the reminiscing off without success. Ooh, can we join in? Yeah, we can join in! Mom and Ma held out their arms to you as you approached, welcoming you into the hug. Elizabeth whined, eager for this to come to an end already. Can you all just go? Jeez! Thank God for Cove's broken family. We would break if his parents ever hugged him. Oh no! Your family disentangled from the hug in time to catch the doorbell ringing. That must be our guest. She hurried over to the door. As Ma predicted, Cove had arrived and he was ushered inside.
Nice.
You look very nice, Cove. Oh, thanks. Stop bullying my boy, Cove. Oh, man, the bullying just seems to happen naturally now, doesn't it? He did nothing to deserve it. He's just a sweet kid. He looked around the room, searching for a way out of that conversation before his eyes met yours. Cove pulled his face into a smile. As you reciprocated, the tension in his face faded away. You watched him taking in your outfit, swallowing and grinning at you again. Hi, Rain. You fluttered your hand in a clumsy way.
It's nice.
You look really nice tonight. I'm glad we got to do this. Going to a place dressed up, I mean. His words took you by surprise, but after the earlier worries about your appearance, they were a welcome balm for your nerves. You attempted to control the grin spreading across your face. The small statement had made a big impact. Okay, guys. What are we saying? Do you even remember how he broke his arm? He tells how he did it is as an adult. He picked a fight with the ocean and lost. Yeah, basically. But like he tells like the full story when he's an adult. So like we actually do get him saying what it was. Anyways, pick an option. I will sit over here and soothe my poor throat. All right, we'll be nice. He smiled bashfully. Thank you. Now that Mom had finished reiterating the rules to Elizabeth, who then scurried off to the sanctuary of her room, she came over to greet Cove. Hi, Cove. Nice to have you along for the ride. Thank you for letting me come.
You're welcome.
It's no trouble. You're always welcome. It should be fun. Ma appeared, clutching a purse and wearing a huge smile. Everyone deserves to be treated nicely. Yeah! Yeah! I definitely didn't punch a boy in the face. Yeah! Agreed, but we should get going. You pulled up to the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, and the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. Everyone deserves a friend with a spine too, but we can't all be fortunate. Hey! The place had been transformed through decoration, with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments and flickering through pages of sheet music, and as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Destination reached, your parents rounded on you and Cove. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves.
Have fun.
Have fun. We'll be around if you need us.
See you later.
See ya. Bye. Cove waved your moms off. Once they'd retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. Is that why you lack backbone to be nice? Oh man. What now? It wasn't a question, but a plea for help. You could tell that he definitely didn't know what to do with himself in this situation. We'll have to wait for some things to start, like the band, but there's stuff going on already. Cove perked up at that.
Really?
Oh? Do you want to do any of those? Whatever they are? Obviously check the snacks. Obviously check the snacks. I am being nice. I am being nice to Waya, who couldn't be here to champion their truth. Oh my gosh. We can go eat some food now, even if the music hasn't started yet.
Oh?
That's okay. It's not too soon. Yeah, I only like these parties because of the food. Did I just get another notification? Oh, crap. I'm being texted. 1 second. Oh, right. This is the country club. Jesus, we're rich. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Oh my gosh. Okay, that was nothing. Alright, moving on. I always check because one time I had like a major error on here and I couldn't tell what was going on until I got text messages from my friends, so that's why I always check. Just to make sure that nothing has like messed up on my stream. I need you to come just for the free food. Just casually declare that he has no feelings for you. That is funny, actually. I knew you were here just for the food. I did not. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched, and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they'd left the kitchens. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent there was plenty to choose from. Just from the level of care with which it was presented, it was clear that this was fancy stuff. Cove stared at one plate, then another, confused. I think I know some of this. Damn, even I would be a better girlfriend for Cove. We'll probably be nicer. Maybe. But you know, it's that flirty playfulness. You know, flirty mean. This is good stuff. Come on, man. Is it? Yeah. You picked one of the nearby morsels up and presented it in front of Cove to observe. It looks like a slice of the world's smallest loaf of bread with stuff on top. You can see by his face that he is not enjoying it. He's just confused. Cove gets a girlfriend that treats him like he deserves. Eventually. We're just like the tsundere teen right now. We'll get better, probably. Chat mostly decides how I act. So we'll see. You just have to be first to decide. It has to be small so you can get room to try lots of different things. Cove's eyes were wide as you guided him through what was on offer. It made you feel sophisticated. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a match. His stance was familiar from all the times you'd seen him preparing for some sporting event. I'm gonna try it. He picked up a plate and took an appetizer, then another, and another. Soon you realized he was taking one of every single type. Heavy on the soon, light on the dere. Yep, that's us right now. You gestured at his mounting plate of food. Why? Why not? We join him in sampling everything. Yeah, show him how much wealth he could be marrying into. Maybe seeing all the milk he could drink will help him grow a backbone. Oh my gosh. You know that he is probably more resistant than you and me, right? Ah! Maybe. Alright, let's see. You might be stuffed afterwards, but that was a problem for the future self. Right now, you were going to enjoy the feast, this feast to the full. Cove nibbled his way through everything the Cypress had. The results of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwing up his face and rushing to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet these bad experiences didn't stop him from plowing on, moving on to the next snack with an open mind. He looks strong and big. Yeah. It mostly depends on if he's more sporty or book savvy later on. We see more in his adult self what he kind of becomes. Can't blame someone for losing a fight against the ocean. Yeah, definitely not. As a fish, I can agree with that statement. Each time caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from wary curiosity to skeptical interest before making way to for astonished enjoyment. I mean, it is the ocean. It is the ocean. I can blame him for picking a fight in the first place. He was a child. Leave him alone. Regardless of how he felt about it when he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. You thought this was nice too. After going through a round of sampling, do we move on to something else or do we keep eating and just listening to the music? Or waiting for the music, I should say. What do you guys think? Yeah, bro, as a child, my dad ate dirt. And I ate the arm of my Vegeta toy. Yeah, that sounds about right for children. We just do weird stuff. Everyone has a weird story from their childhood. Children are dumb. Yep, they are. He looks like he's having fun. Put a stop to that. Move on to something else. Aw. I'm sure he'll have fun with some of the other stuff, though. We can relax or introduce Cove as our platonic friend. Oh, you know he's just going to love that, right? Don't. Alright, you spoke first. We took a seat to relax.
You should pick out a table.
Okay. You found a place to sit at the edge of the party area, where it was quieter with fewer people bustling around. You pulled out a chair and sat down. Cove, already seated, was stretching. These clothes are kind of uncomfortable. He flexed an arm at the elbow, frowning before twisting it back behind him. Yeah? My arms can't move the same as normal. Like, I'm gonna rip it if I do anything. I am just smart. Yeah. Alright. You had less to type. You really typed all that out, Josh. You really typed out a full paragraph, so... Anyway, I'm stopping at every choice to let you guys in. But if you don't hurry up, I'm just going to have to press things myself. I think it suits you. Okay. Really? Okay, thanks. He toyed with one cuff of his shirt, wedging a finger between the fabric and his skin. Watching him struggling against the clothes, you thought back to how apprehensive you'd been about selecting your outfit. Let's admit it. Make him think. You did? I can't see you looking bad no matter what, but I know what you mean. Cove breezed past the high praise he had casually given and looked forlornly down at his outfit. I feel like I'm the angel telling you to do the right things and Josh is the demon telling you to do bad things. Yeah, that's basically what's happening. Angel devil on shoulder deal. I felt really weird doing something for this too. Did your moms tell you what to wear? You shook your head. That's nice. He settled down in his seat just a bit. Now that you had a spot of your own... hey, can you fiddle with the buttons a bit more? A bit more! A bit more! Oh man, I love being a devil. I think chatting is like moving on to something else, so I guess we're just staying seated and talking. In no time at all, the sun set in full, the lights faded in, and the opening notes of the band's first song rang out. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turning to contemplate the party that had been steadily unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. The first steps were taken onto the dance floor, some tentative, others eager, and even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. Alright guys, choose. My name is literally Beelzebub, and yet I'm the angel in this situation. Yep. Oh wait, actually abandoning him would have been better, darn. Watch the band! Got it. You and Cove had found a spot at the side of the simple stage that had been set up for the soiree. Do we only get to do one of these? I don't remember. We'll find out. There you were tucked out of the way of the dance floor while still enjoying an excellent view of the band. You had gotten there in time to watch them from the start of the song, their expressions solemn as they teased notes from the strings of their instruments. Cove was entranced, nodding his head along with the music. Catching you watching him, he smiled sheepishly. It's cool. We enjoyed it too. Love music. You beamed at Cove, nodding seriously. The music was beautiful. I hope to play that well someday. Yeah, at that age, yeah, definitely. These were professionals, their skills honed over years. It was natural that you wouldn't be performing at that standard at your age without significant dedication, time commitment, and talent, but you still dreamed of reaching that level.
It makes me feel like I should practice more.
Why? He was looking at you full on, his attention back on you. You had made the comment idly, not expecting a response, and you felt a little bashful about explaining.
They're so good.
It would be nice to be able to play like that. Josh and Bill during our life. Basically. Cove nodded, understanding.
I think you can do it. I think you can do it. And if it matters, I like your playing the way it is already.
The band began to play their next song. Cove was enraptured once more, his head tilted curiously as he watched the musicians wield their instruments. During a particularly beautiful solo, he even closed his eyes, focusing on nothing but the music. But after a couple of songs, it was decided that you'd watched the band enough. Alright, guys. We don't get to do just one. Go ahead and choose. Josh and Bill during Vampire Survivors. Yeah, the total opposite. Excuse you, I like seeing Angie stumble blindly in Vampire Survivors. You like giving her tips and tricks. Both of you were kind of commenting on me failing a lot. Alright, check on the moms. You scanned the partygoers, looking for your parents. They'd been excited for tonight, and you were curious as whether they were enjoying themselves, whatever it was they'd wound up doing. Wherever they'd gotten to, though it wasn't visible from where you and Cove were now.
Hey, Cove, can I find my moms? I don't see them.
Alright.
Okay, I'll come with you.
You led the way, peering around and trying to guess what they might have occupied themselves with. It wasn't long before you spotted them out in the beginning of the dance floor, hands entwined as they slow danced together. You came to a halt, causing Cove to bump into you from behind. He opened his mouth as if to ask you why you'd stopped, then closed as he noticed what you were looking at. Watching them sway to the music, Cove smiled.
Your parents seem happy.
Yeah. You didn't know how to follow that, so you stayed quiet. Your parents only had eyes for each other, but eventually Mom managed to look away from Mom long enough to catch your gaze. Her eyes widened, quickly followed by a bright grin. She retrieved one hand, her other still holding onto Mom, and used it to wave towards you with wide, frantic motions. She even began to hop on the spot just in case you might have missed her. Oh, that's cute. Check on your moms. Oh, you said that already. Sorry. I looked over at chat and just glanced. Mom had spotted you now too and lifted a hand to her mouth in order to call out to you both. Hi, Rain. Hi, Cove. Man, I hope I can find someone to love like that in my life. Someone with nice strong bones and regular eyebrows. My gosh. How long has this live been on for? 4 hours. 4 hours. My throat is hurting. But I said we were gonna finish Teenage Years. So I think there's just an epilogue left, and then we're done with Teenage Years. If there turns out to be more, though, I am gonna have to stop because my throat can't handle this. There's only so much more I can do. Alright. Give them a thumbs up. You were pleased to see firsthand that your parents were making the most of the night. Cove cautiously lifted a hand and gave the stiffest of waves. Your eyes met his twinkling ones. Back on the dance floor, your moms laughed at your reactions before resuming their dance. Okay, guys. Go ahead. Shaking my head, can't believe this is the limit of your love for Cove. Guess even you, on some level, acknowledge his weakness. Look at Cove. Got it. You focused over Cove, wondering how he was finding the evening. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobtrusive that you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze was roaming. With how far away his eyes seemed, whatever he was searching for couldn't be found at this party. He turned to face you before you could say anything. I want to sit down.
We can do that.
Cove began to move, and you instinctively followed him. Yet instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables as you expected, Cove ignored them as he purposely strode out of the party area. Quit bullying him, you meanie. Aww.
Cove?
Your call didn't seem to register with him as he continued forward out into the greens of the golf course. You went after him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground underfoot, the clods of earth dislodging, and the game of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet even in daylight. Up ahead, Cove didn't appear to have any difficulty traversing the uneven land. He settled down on one of the little hills of the golf course. You joined him, still unsure of what was going on. All right. Go ahead, guys. I'm letting you choose what our dialogue is. This isn't an excuse to just stop talking so I can drink water, by the way. Can't tell. Look at us breaking the rules. Got distracted. You're good. I'm just letting you guys choose the dialogue options that come up. Cove started as if he'd acted on instinct, and your statement had brought him back to reality again. He tilted his head curiously. What?
We're not supposed to be out here.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
You say that, but you're not getting up to leave. He looked sheepishly over his now knowing troublemaking.
Yeah, it's nice out here.
You can go back to the party. He didn't budge from your spot. You didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was just a glowing haze in the distance. Go ahead, guys. I always knew you never had respect for society. Right. You rebel. First option. You shook your head.
I don't want to go without you, and not unless you want to.
Oh, thanks. Now that Cove was more at ease, you tried to find out what had caused him to take flight in the first place. Even thinking the words pained you, but you had to know the answer.
Did going to the party make you feel uncomfortable?
Logically, you knew that the issue was likely the activity rather than your company. Your heart strained with worry that you had been at fault, though.
What?
No.
He shook his head empathetically.
It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either.
Relief overcame you. You'd suspected as much, but with this being such a big thing, you invited him to it. Was hard. Wow, I can't speak now. Great. Was hard to be sure. Cove attempted to fill in the gaps of understanding. You didn't want to leave him alone if you tripped and fell here. Oh my gosh. More broken bone jokes. They are never ending. I'm so sorry, Cove.
I don't want to think about going back to the party. I just feel ready to go home.
To your home planet? Bro broke his arm once and never again, bro. Yeah. He broke his bone once and no one's letting him live it down. Oh, man. Let's see. Well, you guys can decide still. The less mean option, please. Which one is the less mean one? Basically, either I'm sorry you're not having fun anymore, or should I get my mom's? The last one? Alright. Josh. I don't want to ruin their night. Cove sat there quietly, gazing out at the shadowy hills and valleys of the golf course. A comfortable warm wind wrestled between you, tousling his hair. It was far away from the hubbub of the party. You could already make out the quiet sounds of crickets chirping. This is kind of like how we first met. Do you remember? How could I forget? Your impression of Cove during those early days hadn't been fond. It's so weird. That was a long time ago now. My new life goal is for the next minute is to stop Josh's meanie spree. Yeah, my moms are deeply in love with each other. I know you don't know how it feels to have parents who love each other. Going straight for that. You thought back to the day when Cove first arrived in the neighborhood. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking a solace in the hills behind your house. That had been late too, on a clear night like this. Looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars that were looking down were the same ones as then. Cove's face was brighter, though you could still see signs of the strain that had caused him to depart from the soiree. When he'd first sat down, he had curled up like a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest and arms wrapped around them. He'd unwound as you'd been talking, straightening up, his hands free to gesticulate. It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else, and he was beginning to perk up. The small smile that crept on his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. How's that working out for you? Really horrible, to be honest. You're too mean, Josh. Yeah, he's pretty easy to make fun of, unfortunately, but we love him. This is a lot like a date. He's on to us, boys. He's on to us. Cove followed up on the statement before you could react. He spoke in a distinctly whispered tone, as though you were the only one in the world who he could share these words with. It seems like he is smart, holy shit. Right? Panic! Throw him into the lake! Run away screaming! After I said I wanted to come, I wanted to take it back. Not because I really didn't want to do it, but because... I don't know. Someone that is not completely oblivious that he is on a date. Right? It seemed like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I just wanted to do it. I guess it was sort of like having a big presentation in front of a class, even though it was just me and you doing something, like we always do. He charged on, his words streaming out. I still could do it because thinking about not being there in you and what you might think if I did take it back made me feel way worse than whatever else I felt.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Rain. I'm sorry I can't just deal with stuff like this and have to make everything so complicated. Go ahead, boys. What are we saying? Looking at the chat settings just to make sure that they're all okay. Everything looks okay, though, so I'm going to say it's fine. Alright, guys, what are we saying? We have some pretty big decisions coming up. Why you have to make everything so complicated? I see the way you're acting makes me frustrated. I can't sing it or I'll get copyright claimed. Well, I guess we could say something like, you didn't have to come, you could have told me, or I don't want you to be here if you don't want to, or something like that. And I'm hoping that doesn't come off as passive-aggressive, because it's more like worried, like the worried friend. I am back. Welcome back! We're choosing, what we're gonna do here. Let's see. Well, I guess we can do the, like, I don't, sorry if it made you feel bad? Okay. Center this on your feelings, not his. Oh my gosh. Alright, Josh was first. Alright, what are we doing? There's more here. Like I said, we have some big options. I'm gonna keep drinking water to soothe my throat. Take his hand. Got it. His skin was cool to the touch, his fingers coiled delicately around yours. He finally moved his head to look you straight on, your eyes meeting yours.
Rain.
Thanks for inviting me, Rain. You stared back at him, not comprehending. But didn't I make you feel bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did. When I had to...
Yeah, just that. Didn't I make you feel bad? Yeah. You made me feel bad, Ray.
It did when I had to think about how I was actually doing it, but getting to hear you wanted me to come made me feel good.
He flushed and had to break the fragile eye contact made.
I mean, I want to keep doing things with you, no matter what, even if I feel weird sometimes. I don't want to stop being there. I don't want you to stop wanting me there. Because when I do whatever it is for real and you're with me, it all feels better in the end. It always does.
Actually, good on you, Cove. Tell Rain she made you feel bad. Actually grow a backbone. Yeah, he sets his boundaries, you know? He's just okay with most of our antics. You felt a tug on your hand and found Cove in the process of standing up. You joined him on your feet. Go ahead. Having you guys choose options gives me time to drink water. I guess we could just say, what's up here? Put an image on your account. He pulled us up. So, like, he grabbed our hand and then pulled us up with him. Alright. What's up? Cove smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass up the side of his pants.
Wanna dance with me?
That's so cute. That's so cute. He's asking to dance. If you can figure it out. See if YouTube will let you.
What? Why? It's a dance party, right? And I think...
He trailed off, brow furrowed as he was trying to figure out the answer himself. Nodding slowly, he continued.
I think I want to dance with you before it's over.
With the only words he had to explain gone, he just held out his hand to you. His expression was soft. He actually did it. He grew a backbone. He wasn't a coward about it. Try not to break your bones dancing. Oh, you complimented and then threw the insult. And we're going to reciprocate. I want to dance with you too. Then you reached for his hand and took it into yours once more. Cove bit his lip as your fingers entwined together, his cheeks reddening. You returned hand in hand. With the party reaching the end of a long evening, dancing couples had become scarce. One pair among many were not hard to notice, but now the space around you would act as a spotlight, not that there were many left to watch you. He was still at ease, even buoyed by the dissipated crowd. There was a spring to his step as he walked onto the dance floor together. Even I got to admit he actually grew a backbone. Right? He brought up his courage, and he did it. He did it. We gotta clap for that. Cove kept hold of the hand you had given him back on the little hill. He rested the other on your shoulder. Cove hesitated while you waited for a sign. With the song in progress, before you'd stepped out to dance, there was no signal for the right moment to begin. The same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form. Taking that as your starting point, you cautiously began to sway. Cove readily followed your example. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cove, whose attention was firmly fastened on you. He didn't look down or away once, not even when your knees knocked against each other and you both briefly fumbled your steps. Instead, he chuckled, and it was as soft as the roll of the morning tide. His lips curled into a shy crescent. You had been drifting into a dreamlike state, but that expression, one that you had never seen before, pinned you back to reality. Your heart was caught in a clench, held tight and yet strained with the effort of thumping harder than it had any amount of physical exertion. My boy's doing it. My boy's having a backbone. I'm so proud. Right? As if in response, his hand began to hold yours with increased strength. He pulled you ever so slightly more towards him. Thoughts about what it meant or what might happen when it was over eased, and the both of you were able to simply have this dance. Time fell away and you took in the small moment. Man, I can't wait for Cove to fumble this and utterly fail to move your relationship to romance. Even I'd be looking down in that situation. All too soon, the song reached its conclusion. You could have continued quite contently for some time more. You stilled one hand of yours in his. Cove showed no sign of moving either. It was hard to let go. You heard your name called out, and that brought the dance truly to an end. You both spun to find Mom yelling for you and Cove. Beside her, Ma was shaking her head.
Sorry.
It's time to go home. Lonnie and I had to get hold of them somehow. What did you want me to do? Sneak up on them? Hey Bear, welcome back. Welcome back, meaning number 3. Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still winced at how dazed you'd been when she announced her arrival. Cove looked so embarrassed that you seriously worried about him fleeing again. This time, you didn't think he'd stop until he was out of the grounds. Excluding the scene with your moms, it had been a perfect ending to the evening. You were so glad that you had the chance to dance with Cove before the night was over. And it definitely was over now. You didn't need to say anything to Cove. The two of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cove. You wondered if they were checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he'd left the house. What are you implying? Ew, we danced with Cove. No, it was cute. Everyone liked it. Even your mother decided Cove was too brittle bones. No. He's a good boy.
So,
That was quite a night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just? Cove managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Ma was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick. Good. Well, we'd better ready ourselves to get back to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing. Oh dear, now we have to fend off 2 meanies. Yeah, basically.
Pam,
Oh, shush. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. So thankful you're number one, meanie Notch. Now I can focus all my energy on being a hater without worrying about the responsibility of command. That's just like you, Bear. No backbone to take responsibility. Well, actually, since Bear is here, if she's going to be bullying Cove, I shall return to neutral position. So now, Bear, you're number one forcefully. All the responsibility is back on your shoulders. Cove's head was angled away from you. As you watched, wondering what he was looking at, he came around to meet your gaze. My backbone is powerful. You've seen how much milk I drink. If must, I'll shoulder this burden alone. It was strange, though it had only been a few hours of your life, you felt a little older as a result of attending the party. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood, where dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play, towards something new that you hadn't yet grasped. Turning away from the final moments of the party, you shelved that thought for another time as your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cove trailed after them, you felt childlike once more. Interesting. So in a lot of the playthroughs I've had, they actually let you confess to Cove in that scene where he is like, oh, this feels like a date. So I'm a little surprised. Let's see. Force myself to stay silent and not say what dirty mind. Also, we're members of a country club. Our moms are loaded. Yep! I have no idea what to do. Okay. I guess it's finally time to check out what the heck this arrow is. It's worrying me. I don't remember there being any more. Let's see. Oh! It's the Derek DLC! That's what it's for. And we don't have that. So... nothing to see there. And then the summer ended. Let's become adults! Let's do it, guys. Time for the teenage epilogue. We've been so cruel to Cove that he actually doesn't love us. He'll realize he doesn't deserve all this bullying and he'll never confess. No! That can't happen! There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. Don't forget Hair 3 of the Cove. I won't forget it. It was Glasses 2, Hair 3, I believe. Alright. My feelings for going back to school were never good. So it was a bummer. Summer had been so much fun. When you thought about going back to school, it was with a sense of loss. Soon you wouldn't be able to choose how your days were spent without the school bell telling you where to be and when. It was with a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for the final day of freedom. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal, what your normal life really mean. You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. I have school tomorrow? Oh. Well, last day for you too. Or are you already? I guess you would already be in school. So it wouldn't be last day. I don't know what I'm saying. So do I actually. Yeah, you told me about that, Josh. I was doing an exam online. Ooh, good luck. I hope you do well. You considered how... Oh, nope, I said this already. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of the sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. accidentally pressed escape. Oh. Give me your answer so I can copy him. I lost all progress. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Let's see. I'm losing my place all over the place. This season had brought about plenty of changes on its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. I'm doing that in paper tomorrow. Okay, that's good. I like Kyra, so I'm happy I got to know her. I was gonna make a joke, but never mind. You have it rough enough. Good luck. Yeah, good luck on everything. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you round to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief to everyone. Where's our emotional support dog? She should have been here for the last night. She might have gone home. I don't know if she's here. You're talking about Lee, right? You turned to your desk, where the box containing your accessories resided. We bought an anklet! Let's see. We can buy an anklet, we can buy several anklets. Or remember that we didn't have one. Knowing us and our tsundere-ness, we bought several. Wait a second, you're 30 and you make fun of me being old? Hold on here. Your eyes bored into the box. Should you wear any for Cove's visit today? You're 16? Oh, you're young. Glad you enjoy our old sense of humor. Absolutely, me being old means I can tell you you're also old. Shut up! A child. Everyone here's so old. Bear, stop bullying. No, Bear, I'm gonna take out the bear spray. Your eyes bored into the box. Should you wear any for Cove's visit today? Do we wear several anklets or one? Oh my gosh, guys. We'll go with one. You know, play it cool. Your heart pounded as you slipped the hoop through the clasp and fastened it in place. Would Cove spot it? Your face grew hot as you imagined how he might react. The next thought that crossed your mind was... He knew our house well enough, he can get it. You've been bullying a child. Yes, you have! Alright, he knows our house. You made yourself comfortable on your bed. This was where you'd be hanging out, so there wasn't much point in going downstairs just to come straight back up again. It wouldn't be the first, and probably won't be the last time, that Cove brought himself up to your room without taking him there. A knock at the door broke you from the idle daydreams you'd been having about endless summers. You recognized the sound immediately, different from the cheery tune Ma rapped out when she wanted your attention, or Mom's direct beats, and Elizabeth tended to skip knocking completely. Those knocks were just hard enough to be heard and had uncommonly long pauses in between. They were Cove's. His face grows red so easily due to poor circulation. High schoolers do it rougher than adults. Don't take that out of context. I'm not. Enjoy having functional knees for a good back while you can. Agreed with that. Oh my gosh. And pity Cove for he lacks both. Oh my gosh. Already have problems. No. Why am I being texted again? Is something going on with the stream? I'm always worried something's breaking. Oh, no, I was wrong. That was just Facebook. I don't care about that. Never mind. Faintly remember when it was like to be able to walk without my knees popping. Oh, man. It has been popping since 13. Ah, man. Stop the bullying, please. Oh, no. Ah. This chat is just going over all their problems with aging now. Look what you've started. Alright. I'm gonna get back to the game now. My throat is going to die if I don't end this at some point. You can come in. Cove opened the door, smiling casually as he caught your eye. Hi, Ryan. You wave by way of response. He stepped further into the room. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past these tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down at the desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed. Wow, my throat. Ah, coughing. I can't do this too much longer. I'm gonna die. It's been 4 hours and 30 minutes. Oh dear God. Alright, you watched as Cove sat down at your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. As your elders, it is my solemn duty to inform... What? That kids like Cove with their brittle bones are not aspirational role models. Stop talking, Bear. Cove is fine. He's perfect. Once happy with that position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot at any time soon, even though he had an appointment to keep together that day. What just happened? There was a noise that just happened? Oh, it's Adobe. Okay, that needs to stop. That's annoying. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still gonna shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. Cove is what we call a negative role model. He exists to show you what not to be. No! He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in his chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. Time goes by so fast, it truly does. Cautionary tale. It is not. This game is cute. It's charming. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove looked back at you, lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead his eyes widened and his mouth closed into a tiny frown. Something had caught his attention. Something wrapped around where the end of your leg met your foot. You said I was making fun of a child, but remember, Cove is younger than me. Yeah, he's around 13. You are correct. You guys are making fun of a 13-year-old child. He cast his eyes back up at your face, then down to your ankle, and back to your face. He repeated the process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Okay, well, as much as I say that, you gotta admit, he makes it really easy. Do you see how he immediately fixates on Rain's feet? This is the behavior of another degenerate. Oh no. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. Or maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts. Or he was trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The attention made you feel... There are so many things I want to say. I have no justification for that. I'm gonna go with amused. Then say them, Angie. I went with amused. You can make fun of him for this. I can make fun of him for this. This is the thing that we make fun of. It was hard not to laugh at Cove's scrambled response. You stifled your laughter with a hand clasped firmly around your mouth. Even so, you could feel the way the smile had lifted your face. On his next glance back to your face, Cove saw your expression had shifted. He watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized that he had been caught staring. He quickly spun in the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to glimpse the flesh that had spread all the way to his ears. He twisted in his seat, wriggling his hands and determinedly avoiding looking in your direction again. It seemed that he decided against saying anything at all. Okay, guys. What's the game plan here? To laugh at someone's bones is bad because they can't change that, but laughing at feet fetish is something that you can make fun of. Agreed. Okay, guys. What's the game plan? Go ahead and take it from here. I'm out of water again. Great. What's the problem? What's the problem, Cove? What's the problem? Cove mumbled something unintelligible as he slumped lower. With how he was hunched over, the quiet words had no chance of reaching you. What's the problem, Cove? What's wrong? Why won't you look me in the eye? You weren't going to get anything out of him in this state. You waited for him to come around before speaking again. Finally, he piped up very softly. Did you do it because of what I said before? I mean, you know. The last few words were whispered as though there were a precious secret. The ankle bracelet. Go ahead, guys. This is all you. These next few ones are going to be all you. Because we can end up getting them together in these next few option choices. False, you can change your integrity of your bones. Their willpower. No! Okay. First come, first serve. Nope. His eyes squeezed shut. You had no idea if the answer made him feel better or more nervous. He eventually looked down at his lap, where his fingers were flexing and curling in an awkward dance of nerves. His chest rose as he breathed deep. I don't think that's how it works. Well, it looks good on you. Your heart skittered in your chest like a stone skipping across water. Nope. One big leap from the unexpected compliment, followed by a series of shorter ones as you absorbed the words. You beamed at him. He was looking at you again, at least, and returned the shy smile. This really couldn't have worked out better, you thought. And there was nothing else he could add after that. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over was so nice. No matter how you spent the time, you always felt better for being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart, a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because summer was almost over, that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like a high tide at the end of a long day. I was going easy on you, Bill, but Bear hates Cove, and you'll have to compete with her to steer this ship. Godspeed. Hope you can beat 70 words of it. Bring back that joke. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend almost entirely as you pleased, and you both chose to spend it together. Here you are. Jeremy! Panic chef, come out the window, run away screaming. Alright, I'm leaving it here. You guys get to choose. Here it is. Not ready? You sure? How could you, Bill? You forgot poor Jeremy's name. He's not just the kid we punched in the face. He's our kid we punched in the face. Must wait. You want the long con, right? Alright, I think that's fine. I don't think that ruins my plans at all. Alright, we'll be too scared to let him know. Where you were now felt safe. It was good. You couldn't handle the possibility of messing up. The two of you tried to find something to say now. Luckily, it didn't end up being that hard. This was a really nice summer. My memory is bad, and when I got into the live, you were calling him the bowl cut kid. Yep. No, I'm doing whatever chat wants, so whether you guys decide to make him confess when we're adults or to confess along the way, that is up to you guys. I'm not going to control that. Could have been better. I'm looking forward to the next. Cove still nestled cozily in the chair, smiled at your response. How are your fish doing? Really good. Things in the tank are stable and everyone looks healthy. It was mid, honestly. That was nice to hear. You'd learned from Cove how hard it was to maintain an aquarium. Dennis has been busy, keeps darting between the plants and out again when I walk by, like a game of peekaboo. Or hide and seek. Yeah. Cove idly glanced out the window. He gave a resigned sigh. It's going to be harder to surf, you know. With school, it's getting colder out. I don't want to get rusty. You controlled it last time, said it was best to wait for Cove to confess as an adult. Yeah, I did, but I've decided against that now. You guys can just, you guys can decide. I'm not going to control that. I'm trying to get, like, a certain thing to happen, but, like, that thing will not matter if you date him or not yet. It's great except for parts where you were there. Oh! No, we must commit to make Cove confess as an adult. Okay! We actually turned out to be good at surfing, though. Surfing's cool when we can. It's too bad we can't make the most of the waves, but there's other fun stuff to do. He gave a light smile coupled with a shrug as response. Won't be long until we get our grades for that summer work we did. Cove's bangs fluttered as he huffed, sinking into the chair. I'm not looking forward to that. We'll just have to see what mine are like. Do you think we'll see Miranda around school this year? Probably. She could be in one of our classes again. It would be nice to see her again. She was nice. Oh, it's already midnight for you? Yeah, it's getting pretty late for me over here. Let's see, it'd be nice to see her again. Rain, Cove! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. Night. Thank you for stopping by. When will you stream Vampire Survivor again? I might do it Friday. I kind of just choose these games on a whim of when I'm gonna play them. But I like Vampire Survivors, so I might do it Friday or I might do it next Wednesday. It just depends. It's been a long time since I streamed Pokemon, and so I feel like I need to do that. No problem. Oh, I think your paragraph did get caught by Automod. I don't see it. Yeah. I'll see you on the next stream. Thanks for stopping by. Bye. Have a nice night. Alright. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Mrs. Pierce had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you could both cross the street.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. Gave his back a pat. Your motion was soft, and at first you weren't sure if he even noticed. By the third, Cove released the tension in his shoulders. He looked at you like you wanted to say something, but he didn't. You nervously bit your bottom lip and nodded, giving his back a couple more reassuring pats. Thanks. At that, some of the conflict worrying on his face eased a bit. Together, you went across the street, inside his house, finding his parents in the living room, surrounded by his mom packing things. Hey, kids. Wow, that did not come out right. I can't do a scratchy voice right now. My poor throat. Good timing. I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Rain. So glad I could see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I'm really happy I got to meet you too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. And the raspiest voice imaginable. Hey kids, wanna be friends for $20? Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly. I'm so glad this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. Well, not 100% success, but still a passing grade, I think. Tickling back on everything that happened this summer, he started to look sheepish. Cliff scratched the side of his head, and an awkward chuckle escaped Cove. There were ways it could have gone smoother. Oh, whoops. There were ways it could have gone smoother. I'm still keeping that in mind for the future.
Alright.
Good for you, Cliff, and I'll be trying harder to stay more in the loop. You watched as Cove smiled softly at both of his parents, and you felt relieved seeing how much the whole family had come together since you first met them. Despite any underlying troubles, love was still there. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house, and in a clear view of open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly. Well, that's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra. As you all filed out of the house, father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting at the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey, Rain. Hi, Cove. There you go, Bear. Derek's back. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time. Sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. Jeez, Cliff, I love having two moms. I can't imagine having none. Oh my gosh. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but the reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. All right, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their course of farewells and wishes traveling, but Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport, and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. I can do that. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course! I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Automata's being cruel. Oh, I'm sorry. Mom! I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of her nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Dear Lord, we must break Cove so badly that he confesses as an adult with roses in one hand, Derek on the floor behind him. Oh my gosh. Really make the yandere route. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back. Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again! Before she was out of sight, you decided to call out with your family and hers. As you added your voice to the others, you watched Kyra's smile grow larger. Anyways, I'll send you the original to you in Bear because I don't want to lose it. Gotcha! The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps into the empty streets, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. The summer breeze brought a sweet-sounding jingle across the way. It was the wind chime you had given Cove. He had hung it in front of his house, and it had become a very familiar sound in the neighborhood. You jumped a bit when your mom had put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. That was a great vacation, huh? I don't know. I shrug. Let's be a teenager and shrug. Wave goodbye to her, thank you for a great dinner you didn't get to eat, right? A shrug? Wow, tough crowd. I'll have to start thinking about improvements for next year. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth. Well? Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your moms exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek, but it's all right. It's your job. Technically, it's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores with the neighbors. So, did Kyra have a job while she was here? She's a writer. She's a freelance journalist. Can't imagine Cove's dad is rolling in money running a surfboard shop. Yeah, he could afford this place, though, so Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away discouraged.
It's okay.
It's okay. I don't mind. She's a deadbeat and a moocher. Hey! He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Mom tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come back by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. Okay, I can't wait to read the new article, How I Nearly Murder-Suicide My Son and His Abuser Until a Desperate Phone Call from his dad talked to me. I don't know if I was supposed to say that word. I don't know how bad YouTube is on its censorship policies. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. That comment doesn't get auto-modded. YouTube's auto-mod is Enigma, right? Yeah, that is weird. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all us grown-ups will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
All right.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
That's great. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. The one about breaking Cove shows up for me. I don't know if I saw it. If I didn't read it, then I didn't see it. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just your teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face. So, what now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Okay, 1 second, guys. I need to run and do something real fast. It's my cat. So 1 second. I'll be right back. And we'll finish this out. We only have just a little bit more. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, Oliver was screaming at the door, so I decided to go ahead and let him in today. So he's back with us. He's hanging out. If he jumps up, I'm gonna have to kick him out again, but we're so close to finishing. Let's do this. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
This sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Alright, let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group down to the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam in his eyes. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Oh, who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat, please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Aw, Derek has taste. Derek is cute.
Maybe?
Maybe there's a boss of a shopping street. No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet, I mean. I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan out a show and be really great. That'd get the crowd pumped. You can try your idea on your own, Derek. No, we're gonna encourage him because we love Derek here. Do you think I could help out too? Of course.
Nice.
I knew I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to pursue the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. We love him so much, he must be protected, right? We do. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know this is a world that with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. No, it's Australia! The other three giggled at your interjection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Here you go, Bear. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the streets, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you'd seen Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. Okay. Both my boys here at the same time. That's right. Okay, hear me out. Like, I know I'm being super violent to him and I hate Jeremy, but wouldn't it be super psychotic if I just, like, acted super nice now? After I punched him in the face. Let's smile at him. He just looked dismissive. Oliver, no! Oliver, don't make me kick you out right now. Oliver, please. Okay, don't do anything, Oliver. Okay, don't do it. He went behind my computer and is sitting on all the cords. And so I'm just hoping and praying he doesn't swat at the monitor and end the stream. Because he'd do that, it's something he would do. The only thing you have to lose is your chains. Oliver, please. I wanna give you affection. Please don't destroy my stream. Alright. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. The first summer break hadn't been nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. The only chance you have to... Oliver... He's laying down. He's laying down across all of my cords. Oliver... Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with his parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. I'll let you decide, Bear. Are we going after him? It'd be super psychotic. Go after him to be like, I'm warning you now if you try anything again. Go after him. All right. We go after him.
I'll be back. Rain? I won't be long.
You headed off after Jeremy, cutting into the crowd he disappeared into. It didn't take long until you spied his distinct figure. Round 3, baby! Yeah. You caught up with him, ducking in between a tourist couple and sidestepping into the side of the street he'd wandered into. You took a breath.
Jeremy.
Jeremy's slouched posture stiffened and his neck turned to look over his shoulder. His scowl deepened when he saw it was you.
What now?
He glowered at you, tersely, and a silence stretched between you. He wasn't going to say anything more.
You're not going to be here for much longer, are you?
Oh, that's right. I'm amazed a pea-brain like you could figure that out without me having to spell it out.
So what? I'm leaving in a few days. School starts next week. It's not like I can live here or, teleport to classes?
Good riddance. Go ahead, Bear. I'll let you have the sign-off. Just the don't come back. Be nice. All right, I'll be nice. What do you want me to say? We can apologize. We can say, I wish we could have gotten to know each other better. No, Oliver, please. To say bye? I just thought it'd be nice to say bye. I don't know if we'll ever see each other again, so goodbye, Jeremy. Jeremy's face scrunched up.
Saying that is pointless. Ugh, annoying.
You turned around and saw Cove, Derek, and your sister shuffling through the crowd. Derek saw you and ran forward, the other two following close. Are you all right? I'm okay. I guess Jeremy won't be around anymore.
So what?
Okay, who cares about that kid? I wish we could have gotten to know each other better. Specifically, let my fizz get to know your face better. Oh my god. Cove shrugged in a she has a point kind of way. You nodded. There wasn't anything else to do about it now. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. Alright, Bear, what do you think? I'm letting you have the send-off of Jeremy. So it's all on you. Definitely not an excuse for me to rest my throat. He was okay. That's the wrong side. It's using the wrong side of my tablet pin for a second. No, wait. Pitiful. Sorry, already chosen. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left. As Elizabeth mentioned, the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet. Poor kid, clearly hating his parents and was miserable, don't know how to handle it. Must be rough. Yeah, probably. You meet him later on, and he, he's in a dating sim in another one of this creator's games. And he is quite the character, but he's also my favorite in that dating sim. Alright, come on guys, let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. Yeah, food! Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. Carry us back! Yes! Hey, Cove. Yeah? I wanted to ask you something. Could you carry me home? You punched him in the face and he was your favorite? Man, I hope I'm not your favorite anything. Of course, that's how I just show my affection, right? Right, Bear? You would know. What? Cove turned red, obviously flustered. I want a piggyback ride. I kind of wanted a piggyback ride from somebody. I hope it's okay. Cove sighed and shook his head. Elizabeth and Derek became a chorus of laughter. Well, please? Maybe? All right. Oh, this is how we're killing Cove. Crushing his bones with our weight. Yep! Multiple times have I been assaulted by you. That's not true. Probably. Cove stepped over to you. He looked like he couldn't believe what he was doing. Your lips quirked into a large smile. Thank you, Cove. He carefully crouched down in front of you so that you could climb on. It wasn't hard to hop on. He slipped his arms under your legs and did his best to lift you. It was wobbly, but he managed to stand all the way up. Elizabeth watched with a smirk on her face while Derek laughed even harder. It was fair to say that your antics were entertaining. You were glad Cove went with it. Cove carried you home, but he seemed pretty bashful about the situation. He struggled with how much to grip around you and whether or not he could try to reposition things. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got to the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. When Cove had brought you inside, the parents couldn't help but notice that odd conveyance. Your moms were unsure, and Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow. Edmontodontis catalyst. Yep. Did you pull something, Rain? I'm okay. Aw, Cove, you've gotten so strong. And reliable, too. What a guy. Cove rolled his eyes at the commentary, then started walking to your couch. He bent down and he bit down and you let yourself plop back on the couch. Thank you, I appreciate it. Cove exhaled loudly and shook out his arms. He just seemed relieved that he made it. So, did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take seats at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat, Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat at your right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. He needs to make it to the couch before he falls on the floor. Right? It was fine. I had fun. Yeah, I liked it. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It was a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a big group over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As everything got set up, Maud chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all of the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Mom. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled. God, the apples on the table rule. Hate it, right? Hated it too.
Not bad.
The lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of a male attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You have been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about other guests? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove. Derek is a clear favorite here. Cove can't hope to compete. Oh no. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Tease, Cove. Don't think I'm gonna let the pants thing go. Cove looked over at the window, not wanting to face the truth. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapped up in his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see ya. Oh, it just occurred to me they had a massive group over for dinner but waited until Cove's mother was gone to make sure he suffered a big social group without loving parents. Yep! Yeah, basically. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Rain. We'll hug him goodbye. We'll be cute now. You step forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly, and his chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amused. Fair with you. Seriously, dude? We'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting with her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly. Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Okay. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek, being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized that you were watching. At least, his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground, and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practice and everything else.
Sucks.
It really sucks. We go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. Anyway, he realized you didn't buy the DLC, so he has no chance. What if we don't have time? Let's channel some optimism. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with the jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's expression was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Rain, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who was a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with a guy. Okay then. He hesitated before finishing his question. So, what I mean is, just, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. Raid, are you, straight and stuff? Yeah, basically. He ducked his head further. You thought about it. I like Mr. Holden! There are a lot of guys I think are cool. Derek shrugged and then started to mumble and wonder. Maybe you don't get what I'm trying to ask. You like him, he's the best. No, yes, Cove. Pay $5.99 to continue. So... Derek pulled himself together. Somewhat meekly, he looked at you while he tried to project confidence. His posture was too tight for you to believe it. He was nervous.
Right.
You know, thinking ahead and everything is important. You've got to get yourself a game plan and all that. It's good to make plans, especially backup plans. Oh, Derek. Derek! He babbled, all full of energy and forced gusto. Well, anyways, I heard about this thing where people make pacts with their good friends that if they don't find anyone else, then they get together. Does he want to be your backup boyfriend? Well... He knows that I have to pay $5.99 to continue, so he's giving us another option. Together. Like, they get married and stuff. He is precious. So I was thinking, since it's good to have plans, it might be cool if we did something like that. His eyes widened and he started to make frantic hand gestures. So Cove had to work up the courage so we danced together, and he still hasn't confessed. But Derek just straight out was like, hey, you want to get married if you don't have any other options by a certain age? Just straight out. Just, you know, then we'd never have to worry about the future or finding someone. We can set it like a whole decade in the future. Forever from now. We'd have graduated high school and probably college too. We'd have jobs and be really grown up. I mean, we'd probably have our own places and maybe our own pets and student loans and cars. Little bro is trying so hard, but he can't climb over the DLC gate. No, he can't. Derek babbled on for a while more. It was as if all the words he held in silence during your walk had burst out now, all at once. So, yeah, what do you think? But you know what? We can agree to it. Let's accept the deal because we're fond of Derek and have that, even though we can't really because of the $5.99 DLC. Let's do it. I wouldn't mind ending up with you. Really? Oh, same here. At the very least, yeah. Derek brightened significantly and started to bounce excitedly on the balls of his feet. Okay then, let's do it. He held out his hand, offering a shake. Officially, he repeated the terms of the deal. If in 10 years, I, Derek Saraz, am still single, and if in 10 years you, Rain Sky, are still single, we both agree that the two of us will get together. Jesus, he suddenly aged 10 years. Suddenly bitchy. Right? Yeah, fun fact, he can be best man at your wedding. And you can have him in your group to help you plan the wedding. He can be your bridesmaid. You took his hand and shook it firmly as Derek beamed.
It's a deal.
Thanks. I feel better about the future already. I guess it's working out. He laughed and scratched the back of his head. You could tell he was giddy about this, and you felt happy too. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to the street. Jesus, this boy is really trying to set up a childhood marriage promise, but it will go nowhere. Yep. Basically, please progress. The adult face on this small child is making me so uncomfortable. Derek's steps forward seemed lighter than before. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. Let's call Lee! You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Hey! Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely! We practically have to! My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Ditto. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? Were you busy? Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still so many you hadn't filled her in on yet. Reminisce. You began to speak about Miranda's birthday party. I went with Cove to a birthday party. It was for a classmate we had Miranda. Ooh, birthday parties are always fun. There was a bounce house, games, and cake and ice cream. She knows how to throw a party. I made Cove wear funny hats. Quick, trauma dump on her. It's our support dog. Poor Lee. And I bet he loved every minute of it. At that, you burst out into laughter. We'll reminisce a little bit with her. Let's see. Talk about the soiree.
I went to the soiree at my mom's country club. There was lots of food, dancing, and people dressed up formally. Oh, I've been to one of those. They're cool, but how did it go for you?
Cove came too.
You got to take a guest? That must have been nice.
It was. I'm happy he was there. Let's talk about her. My throat can't handle everything.
What was the big highlight of your summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer.
Even though it was a phone call, and you knew that Lee was winking at you. Come on, tell me.
What, you don't believe me?
Lee.
Alright, okay. So a high point for me was when I took a trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing.
Oh, wow. Wow. Europe? This family is loaded. What the heck? You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other over the phone. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up from in the morning.
Bye, Lee. Night, Rain. Talk to you later.
You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there were only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed, so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out on the hills. It was Cove. With the surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. Alright, we went outside to meet him. Of course. We're gonna end with this. Where is she going? How are we supposed to all our emotional support if she's not in the house? You told. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey. Smiling shyly, you stopped in front of him. Your fingers nervously pulled at a loose string hanging from your shirt. Hi, what are you doing here? Nothing, not really. He shrugged, seemingly unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. Know how you feel. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow is going to be the start of a new year. At the mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. You laid down yourself. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. Firefly.gif, right? Yep, it's an archaic inside joke, that's right. Thanks for telling me about my dad and the money he offered you to be my friend. This was probably the last thing you were expecting out of him. Cove seemed to pick up on that and stretch his arms wide in front of him. This is where we met, remember? It happened that day. You could recall the sad little boy with the pink cast who you found on this very spot. It felt like a lifetime ago. I kind of have a strange feeling looking at you. Not in a bad way, just thinking about you then and really seeing you now. It's something. He turned his face away from you. You got the impression he was trying to hide a blush. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Then, still without a word from you, Cove gave an exaggerated shrug. What? It's you. Or, it's you. Hold on. I skipped that. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. We shrug all the time, that's what he's saying. Assuming someone has yet to eat dinner, approximately how long is Cove going to keep us here? I also haven't eaten dinner, Bear. I'm suffering too. And not long, this is actually like the last few minutes. You do that all the time too. Do I? Yeah. Cove couldn't help but grin at that. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like this. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two had been around each other for a long time. Bro! Listen, I'm not great about it all the time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you then.
With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to the simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much changed around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about those $20. At the time, I thought it was messed up thing for your dad to do, but now I've known you for a while, and it's too late to get paid. Oh my gosh. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. You felt nervous. Every bit of your gut felt like it was being turned into a pretzel. A new chapter of your life was about to begin, and you were worried what new changes were waiting for you. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Eyes snapped open. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound, quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light flittering into your room, it was too easy for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you'd expected, there was your neighbor crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and shy smile. Hi, Rain. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Bro, it is sleep time. That's how I felt. Bro, we were sleeping. Want to go underwater cave diving? Right? I would have been so mad being woken up. It's too early. But you both knew that you weren't going to go back to sleep after this. Cove chuckled bashfully. You rushed to get changed into something suitable, while Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out the front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and then back to you. You checked to see if the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Now that you dared, if anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. You guys still hate each other at this point. Does he let you sleep? Yeah, probably. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. And with that, we finish our teenage years. We're done. In between. Right. So, this is it, guys. I'm gonna leave it here, and we can design the character in the next time we play this. I will remember hair 3, glasses 2, but it's late now. So, I think we can go ahead and turn this off. Boo, do you want to go ahead and do it now? We can. I'll let you decide. Do you want to? But wait, I want to see the other options. We can. We have to get our character done first, though. Before you pick. So for our character, it's the same as like the others. Like the other times I've let you guys choose. Man, what even happens in this game if you and Cove hate each other? The entire game is you two hanging out. If you choose that you hate each other the entire time, fate will just keep forcing you together, and you guys just keep acknowledging that you don't want to be around each other, but it keeps happening. No, I mean about Cove. I don't care about Rain. We never see her. The game will sometimes reference your looks, but I do want to actually, like, change her looks. So, again, I think we should do this in the next stream. Just be sure to, like, be awake, Bear. Be sure to be on. Okay. So with that, I'm gonna end things here. Thank you guys so much for coming. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot. And I will see you guys in the next stream. Like always, love you lots, and bye-bye!